Yes, you're with us.
Wait.
The Random Rocking Happy Hour.
Now we're live.
It's nice.
Random Rockin' Happy Hour, Hex and PulseChain, random BS stream.
With myself, HexHarrison, and my
With
brother
drinks.
from another mother, Rock
Yeah.
Edison.
How you
We're
doing,
live.
HexHarrison? What's up, man? How you been? Doing all right?
I'm good. It's been a long time.
You doing fine?
It's been a long time. It's
You
another
been-
Friday night, or it's Friday afternoon here. Rocking
got
back
your
in the
overalls
HexHarrison
on?
studios.
Got your overalls on, doing some farming?
Yeah, I've been doing. I've got my wellies on. I've been farming some of that yield.
Nice.
So yeah, it's been good. It's been a hectic week, but it's been good.
I'm gonna shout out to Tangent here because Tangent is live streaming. So what I think we should do is share Tangent's live stream on this live stream just to troll him.
We'll
and say,
provide
hey,
live
sorry.
critique and feedback. Providing live critique and feedback. Rock Edison and HexHarrison once again Friday afternoon. Right, I'll see if I can.
Okay. Anyway, so yeah, just do me a favor, ramble on a little bit. Let me set up this share.
Yeah, well, as I always do.
Share.
So I've just
Set up.
basically
Gonna-
been
Go ahead.
diving
Sorry.
into the Fiat app once again and hoping to be able to arrange another live stream to discuss Fiat in more detail, which I'm very much looking forward to. So that would be nice. But yeah, as Rock said, I've been doing some yield farming down on the farm and basically harvesting my incentive token, which has been very nice. Providing liquidity on various pairs, incentive Pulse X, and as of this morning, I've actually added more liquidity to a Pulse X pair. So
let me turn on the volume for Mr. Tangent and let's troll him a little bit.
Being Slack, this is the way that I expect people to do it until
hear
I
him
work
okay?
out a more permanent solution.
Sure.
All right.
Back on Twitter.
What's up? What's up, Tangent? Nice to have you on our stream again.
Comment on my own shit. In fact, we'll do it as a retweet so it gets more reach.
I hope he doesn't get angry with us.
Stream
Well,
rugged as fuck cause some fucking little cunt.
Oh, there we go. Language. Woohoo. Hi there.
It's profile pic.
Nice. That's good stuff.
so this is kind of
want to
streamception
see
for the
the
Hex
stream.
community, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's find his. I'm gonna find his
3
tweet right now
days
and then
only.
reply to it straight away.
Limited time
With that link.
fuckers.
Right. Not with our link. No, I wouldn't do that. But
With streaming
Let's see.
Streaminception.
Fuck y'all.
so
Yo,
bitches.
there's a new Kendrick Lamar album out, and in one of, I think it's like track 3, he's just like, fuck cancel culture, I'll say whatever the fuck I want. And I'm like, yes, fuck yes, I'm with you, Kendrick. I'm riding on that train with you. So say whatever the fuck I want. So yeah, that's it. Then this is part of the reason why we do that multi-stream shit, right? Like barely anyone watches me on D Live, Twitch, or those other streaming services.
Okay.
But situations like this come along where
tweeted
through
it out.
no fault of my own. I mean, I don't even really blame YouTube for that. I blame the.
So I'll turn it.
Yeah, I've heard a lot
whoever
of
was
Twitch
trying to
streamers
fuck
are
that
coming
shit
back
up by
over to YouTube.
having
you know?
that outlandish fucking.
I'll turn him down a little bit so we
handle.
can just banter over it.
So here,
But we can still
T-Bird
hear
video
him.
got rugged.
There we go. How's that? Does he see what I said? Yeah, I think he just read my tweet. Maybe not.
There we go. I'm just gonna punch
No, he didn't.
the link.
No, he's
To
busy doing
anyone
his
who
thing.
fucking commented
Something
that
else.
got rugged.
Come on, man. Find that tweet so you can see us trolling.
Yeah, so I was
you,
saying a
brother.
lot of Twitch
Got
streamers are
rugged
actually
about
coming
10
over
minutes
back
ago,
to YouTube.
So we lost the end of it. So anyway, if
So
you guys want to hear
apparently
the
Twitch is
gems
not
that
doing so
Dozer and I
good
were
as it
spinning
used to
towards the
be.
end, if you guys were watching live and you missed the end,
Hang on, mate.
that's sick.
Okay, let me find the window. Sorry. We've got too many windows open here. Let me close that one. Let me.
Thanks, Rock Edison, for sharing our stream that we did. I really appreciate that shit.
Nice.
And I will return the favor by shouting your shit out.
Shout
So,
it out,
Go and
brother.
watch,
Yeah, he
Rock
thinks-
Edison. He's got a YouTube channel as well. Put that shit up. It's music/hex. You guys will love it. So, where were we? Charts.
Yeah, I'm HexHarrison, by the way. Nice to meet you guys. Hi.
HexHarrison, you're introduced in the thumb. It says live stream with HexHarrison.
No, he basically said that he thought you were sharing his stream that he did
So,
with you.
we'll
That's
see if
not
that
the
breaks
actual
up or
stream
down.
he's doing now.
Up.
Oh.
He misunderstood your tweet. That's why I laughed.
Ecosystem, you can disagree
Because he
with me
thought
if you want.
you were
Wrong.
sharing his previous stream that
Another
you did
class
with
you
him.
wanna look at.
Not the one that you
Features
did now,
against
because this is
Australian
not
dollar, very similar.
a common thing to do.
That's
So it's like, what?
These levels.
What are you guys doing?
Fucking badass.
Anyway, it's Friday.
Haha.
We're allowed some craziness.
Well, look at this fuckwit.
Anyway, but yeah. So, yeah, it's happy hour. It's Friday after work. I've had a crap week, as you know. Not really just so much
You
crap.
dumb
It's just,
little fucker.
it just wasn't the best
You dumb
week.
little
It was
fucker.
stressful. Sleep
So
wasn't
cute, but
huge.
So dumb, you dumb little fuck.
I'll mute him a bit.
Dude,
I'll just give him.
I don't know how long I can keep this up for, man. I've got you telling us how bad your Friday is, and he's like going, "You dumb little fucker, you dumb," in the background.
Listen, you're here for moral support for all of us.
God.
Right? Well,
hilarious.
it's been a week, and I am drinking gin and tonic. Just for some reason, I had a craving for gin and tonic today, so I ordered some up. And
That's nice.
Right, let's see. Homeboy's talking about something, laughing.
In a downtrend.
Okay, good. But anyway, so yeah, I decided to do a live happy hour stream Friday after work. Of course, this is Friday after work for me in China. So that means that may not be happy hour for everybody, but at least people on this side of the globe maybe. But yeah.
Yes, and just for interest, in case anybody cares, I'm actually in the UK, and it's currently 12:30 in the afternoon. There you go. So it's kind of a happy hour.
12:30. It's 12:30.
Yes. Right, what's on the agenda for today? What's the subject? What are we talking about? What floats your boat today? What can we go into the weekend? What's the news?
So I think gin and tonic is one subject for sure.
Okay.
And I think since I have gin and tonic, I think you should drive the agenda, my friend.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's like, what? Ask
So,
me questions.
like I said previously, before I was rudely interrupted by Tex Tangent and Rock Edison, I was basically saying that I was farming on the testnet, farming more incentive tokens, and as of today, I've actually created a PulseX Pulse pair and added liquidity to that pair. So hopefully tomorrow I should have a little bit more incentive tokens to show for it. So that will be interesting.
That's right.
So
We pumped
that
your,
was on
pumped
the
your
advice of
positions
our
a bit.
friend and my brother from another mother, Mr. Rock Edison. So he basically explained that by looking at the APYs of certain things, it was wise to make a move and pull out some of my coin tokens from this letterbox into that letterbox, and away we went. So
Yeah,
that's
so we
always
we
nice to
pumped,
learn.
We pumped your positions a little bit, right?
Pumped my
But-
positions. Yes, we did.
But by making some moves that we probably would never make on mainnet, by the way. Right?
Oh yeah, this is some. Yeah, we're just basically playing with monopoly money and pass go
Yeah,
and go straight to jail.
And freedom to we decided that sacrifice for the freedom to interact, freedom to transact with the blockchain without losing our what's.
Losing our bags. Freedom to actually, that's something that a lot of people might have overlooked, or not really overlooked, but kind of not really understood. The fact that if we're trying to do a move on the Ethereum chain, we literally need to plan a couple of days in advance, look at the gas fees, work out whether it's worth it. Whereas on the mainnet side, we're doing 15, 20 transactions a day just by shifting things around, moving it here, moving it there, bridging, swapping this, swapping that. And it doesn't cost hardly anything, right?
Well, yeah.
It's so
actually,
free.
it doesn't cost anything, but you obviously it's going to be a very similar experience, to me at least, on PulseChain, because we're not going to have to go, when do we want to end our stakes for this thing? But yeah, we just do it. We don't care. We can make transactions go, oh wait, let's try that, see if it works, right?
Yeah.
Does
exactly.
it work? We
and
go back and
it is kind of liberating in a way that we can kind of basically just try stuff out,
right?
And I'm actually really happy that I've been able to interact with the testnet so far, and get so much muscle memory and practice, if you like.
Yeah.
Whereas trying to do that on another network, i.e. Ethereum, would be cost prohibitive. It'll be a nightmare. I mean, even recently when we had that dip, trying to onboard people, trying to buy in, trying to purchase some of that cheap hex was quite difficult at some points because of the gas fees. So because you wouldn't, not a lot of people, especially if you're DCAing in, you might not have a 10,000 US ready to go, but you might have a couple of hundred, or you might have just been paid. So you look at the price and go, hey, this is a good time to pump up the bags. But then you see, well, hang on a minute, it's going to cost me $90 in gas, and I've only got $200 to buy in. So not having that issue on testnet at the moment and in future mainnet, it's just so liberating.
Well, imagine taking $100 and going, I'm gonna throw this in my wallet, and of course get past the first gatekeeping fees just to get it in your wallet, which we don't know what those will be on PulseChain yet. I imagine there will be some development on that side of things coming later. But imagine I got $100. I'm gonna just throw it into something and mess with it, pop it over here for yield, put it over there for liquidity, whatever. Just make those moves without having to bite your nails and what's this going to cost me, right? That's really cool. And testnet is just really, to me, is amazing for that, because actually I better pull my mic a little bit closer. I think there we go. I think testnet is just great for that, because you have the opportunity to try everything you want to try without consequences. I have like 12 liquidity pairs set up, plus 5 pools. Those also have those liquidity pairs set up, and obviously without consequence, because it's all Play-Doh. So that's really nice. It's liberating. Yeah.
It is, and it's also, it gives you an opportunity to learn and interact, because you're not spending any real money, and you're not losing your tokens, because at the end of the day, and again, let's not forget the people that didn't get the sacrifice, or didn't sacrifice in for for Pulse or PulseX. They're having to go to a faucet to get their dribbles of test pulse, like we had to do with the Rinky net for the Ethereum. So whatever test pulse they're getting is just monopoly money at the moment, whereas we're kind of playing with our sacrifice amounts.
If you sacrificed, right, then that's good. But if you didn't sacrifice, then there will be other ways, I think, to get test pulse to use and try and test on the pulse chain.
Yeah, there
because-
is a faucet you can get, just like the but it's not in the same amounts that most of the sacrifices were able to receive. So it's interesting to be able to make those moves with multiple zeros.
For some of my people that are like some of the people that I'm basically in the process of onboarding right now, I will go ahead and get their wallets connected to Pulse Chain and throw them some Pulse and PulseX and go, here, do this, that, try this, blah, 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 just to help them kind of get sorted. I could even throw them some Hex. Yeah, and I could even throw them some Hex, right? Because I got plenty of that, laying around in different places. But yeah, it's pretty good.
Well,
I'm not.
I was going to say, apparently we've got 2 more weeks to practice.
Well, or less. There's no prediction. I'm not going to predict it, but what I would say is that I do want to say that currently I'm doing a lot of things that I wouldn't do. Right, like I am not staking my Hex. I'm using it. I'm putting it all over the place and just seeing what moves are possible with it. Now, none of those moves, in my opinion, are going to be more lucrative than the staking. At least what I see now, and we will make the disclaimer that this is a happy hour. And we're not telling anybody what to do. We're just sharing. We're sharing our experience, right?
This is most definitely not financial or any kind of advice. It is purely for entertainment purposes only. Thank you.
It's purely BS, right? But but I'm doing stuff. I'm doing stuff with my Hex that I would certainly never do, right? Because the yield in Hex is going. Yeah, the yield in Hex is going to be staking, pretty sure. Now I have swapped some Hex for Pulse. I have swapped some Pulse for PulseX. I have swapped all of these things back and forth in different ways just to see how I feel about it. Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I've found is, yes, of course, the maximum yield would be to stake your Hex, of course, but it is nice to know and to have tried that there is other ways to earn yield on your Hex without locking it without locking it up for so much. You can move it about, you can earn yield for a couple of days, and then you can decide, okay, I'm going to do a 10-year stake or a 5-year stake or a 1-year staking ladder or whatever. So but another interesting thing we talked a little bit about was, now I've got a stake ending. I've got yield that I may want to try to utilize to finance my life in some form or fashion. Now, what can I possibly do with that Hex without selling it that would allow me to draw fiat out of the system to use for X, Y, and Z? And I think we have plenty of potential moves to do that without selling it on the market. We can borrow against it. The fiat protocol does allow you to borrow USDC, and of course you can over collateralize those loans with a multitude of assets, right? Sure.
And I think the play that we've kind of been checking out with fiat right now, just in our kind of initial steps of testing it out, is, can we make sure that we deposit enough different types of assets to gain APY that outpaces our interest APY on the loan that we're borrowing, right? So
exactly, yeah.
I think you will be able to do that on fiat. But again, the APYs for everything are probably so much vapor right now on PulseChain. Sure. There's no telling what those APYs will be in farms and staking yield in fiat, even the yield in Mintra, staking Mintra. So nothing, we won't really know anything until we actually see kind of those APYs start to emerge. And I think they might be pretty good, perform pretty well early on until a lot of people get in. If I'm not mistaken, I'm going to guess those APYs will come down more to a grind than anything else. But again, as we talked about before, some yield is better than no yield, right?
Sure. And also having experience to know that yield obviously is variable, and when it does go up to double figures, treble figures, then you're able to make the moves to cash in on that movement. If you suddenly find that a farm is providing you 300%, 300% APY, then you're like, well, okay, let's add some more to that. And then the following week, it might be a little bit different. I just seen a puppy on the screen.
How's the light from my phone shining up on my face? Oh,
you look very angelic.
I'm going to. I need to turn down my AC in here because it's getting a little warm. You know, gin and tonic warms you up a little bit.
Oh, okay, that kind of yeah.
Yeah. It's literally getting warm. I got to turn down the AC. But let's tune in just to see what. Let's see what.
We've got Tangent Inception.
We've got Tangent doing all kinds of weirdness. Let's see if he's like.
Actually, let me just grab you an example.
Let's see what he's talking about. Let's just tune into him for a second.
I went to where we all dressed in green. I posted some of the photos.
So what we'll do is, when we run out of stuff to talk about, we'll listen to Tangent for like, a minute or two, and then comment off of his stuff.
Yeah.
Why not? Who made the rules? Huh? Who made the rules?
I have this hat that I'm wearing.
Guess
right
what?
now
It's Friday.
It's Friday happy hour.
Blues. So that's like a medium blue. That's a dark blue.
He's wearing 3 different
and
blues.
That's a sky blue. So I was like, holy fuck! And I think
he's well versed in his blues.
He's doing
fashion advice.
You think it's black until you hold it against something that is actually black, and then you're like, actually, fuck, that hat's not black. I also have black as well, but it's so dark that there's no point me like putting it here ready.
Well, I'm pretty sure we're not gonna talk about hats and colors, but that was nice.
Well, there you go. I got a blue pack of biscuits, if that counts. Anyway,
I have Bombay Sapphire, which is blue.
Well, the funny thing is, if I stand up next to a black background and with this blue pack of biscuits, or if I stand up to a black background with my brown pack of biscuits, no matter what color the biscuits are, I'm still fat.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the background color.
Guess what, guys? I'm still fat.
Hey, listen, I have an idea. If you wanna entertain it, I would like to unmute Tangent, and you kind of take control of this while I do what? Freshen my drink. Oh God! You all right?
Okay.
Are you okay with that?
Well, then let him do some. I'll basically do the goggle box style over somebody else's stream. How about that? Fantastic.
Or do some commentary on his live stream. I shall return.
Do it while I read the rest of these
bring
comments.
your blue t-shirt.
I've got like a little thank you page on my OBS that so you wouldn't have seen it on this stream because it
Rock is basically, if you haven't heard already, Rock is just popping out to refresh his gin and tonic
to the channel.
It's Friday night in Shenzhen. All is bright.
I'm going to copy this.
Conrad Zan obviously is not there anymore. He's
I'll
back
leave
in the
this
UK.
Don't forget to do it.
Conrad used to be across the water in Hong Kong.
At the moment, it's Cause D, Brand.
You can see Hong Kong from Rock Edison's balcony. How about that?
Yo, Tangent, HexHarrison are planning to go live for a happy hour stream. Oh, sick. Yeah, sorry for streaming over the top of you. I'm going to end soon, so you guys go nuts. Everyone, if you're still keen to watch streams, and when I end, please go over to Rock Edison's channel.
God bless you.
I got more last week at 11.8 and 10.9. Yeah, nice.
Well, actually, we're not going to go too mad.
I got just under 11 cents, so it's basically 11
just commenting on Tangent stream right now.
I didn't quite catch
as a kind
the
of
bottom. So
Tangent Inception.
And also remember, these could just be local bottoms. We don't know for sure.
And we're not fanboys, honestly.
Lies beneath the
and
truth.
Yeah, so
are fucking
basically, as Tangent said, he's going to be finishing soon. So I'm going to have to catch up on what he was talking about.
Watch it on my D Live later on. I've tweeted that out.
Didn't catch much of
or
the
Twitch,
stream,
or Twitch.
So we'll see what happens to that.
Thank you for shouting out my stream, and I am also shouting out your stream. We're doing meta shit over here. You can post the
Lots
vid
of stream
without
shout outs
chat.
going on, which is nice to see.
Unfortunately, I had the fucking thing turned on where it was actually integrating chat into the visuals. So I think we fucked it. I think I fucked it for YouTube, but for the next 3 days, you guys can
Oh
watch it
yeah.
on
Well, I don't know if you heard that,
Harmless gaming.
Mr. Edison, but
So,
Hex Tangent
you
gave
funny
us a lovely
motherfucker.
shout
I need to
out
make this so fucking
to say
funny as
that we are currently
So's
streaming
been-
over his stream,
So's
and
been
he's
watching
going to
my
end
shit
soon,
since
and he
fucking,
suggested we all
D-Live days.
they all come over here and watch us. So that's very nice.
Oh, thank you.
Blah, blah, blah.
But yeah,
Crazy
hey,
Blood
we
Faction,
we
Rock
we
Blood
love
Spam.
we love Tangent after
Unrubbed.
him joining us. It was such a pleasure to talk to him, and we're not really streaming over him just because we don't have any listeners, but that's fine.
Don't say that.
I mean, well, but it's definitely true. We've got 3 people. We have 3 concurrent users. I don't know how many we currently have, but
Well, I'm one of
3.
them.
Okay, so we got a couple. Anybody in there out there? If you're watching us, shout us out. We can't tell if people are actually in here or not.
Shout us out on chat.
Let me go back to Mr. Tangent here. See what he's talking
Price
about.
has gone up. I've noticed this because it's like on the odd times where I check my phone when I'm out. I try not.
Beautiful.
To
I
check
managed to
when I'm
log
out.
into my
Sometimes I
own
do. Historically, I
WeChat,
just
account, which
anecdotally,
is nice.
I'm usually
nice.
pleasantly
Yes.
surprised when I'm out.
I was having
lit
trouble with that before,
and
but
I check the hex price
after a reboot and a
hopefully
rewatch,
over this
it
weekend
was
hex price will be going
nice.
up. I've also noticed that it's what led me to create that joking correlation between
go. That's
me
better.
getting lit and the hex price going up, where I was like, oh guys, I better get lit more often because it makes the fucking price go up. Like that joke came about from me noticing that when I'm lit, the price goes up. Maybe because it's my.
Oh, by the
universe
way,
that when I get lit,
it was
my
Tangent that
fucking
shared that.
frequency is just, I'm on such a high vibe and I've just got so much positivity.
Mr. Zoe, I can't
things
remember
just
his
go
name, but
away.
he shared
And so
that
maybe it is me
video of
getting lit that makes the
explaining
price
what
go
is a
up.
T-share
There's only one way to
and
find
how
out, and that's for me
staking
to get
works. I thought that was
more
very
lit,
informative. A
more
lot of
often.
people didn't realise
So
the basics
I'm going to
of
go and do that. Thank you, Dougie.
the hex
Thanks for
staking
your support,
explanation, and that video was quite
Peace out.
popular.
Hold on, I need to wait.
Apparently, you got a hell of a lot
Share.
of retweets on that.
There's the invite. I'm going to copy this over to Hex Tangent and see if he wants to stop in and say hi.
So you just want to jump straight into this one? We'll stop him going out with his mates tonight.
No, we won't. Anyway, so he's ended his stream, but we sent that over to his WeChat or his Twitter DM. So let's stop that
Nice.
share. Let me pull that up out of there as soon as I get this.
Oh, yeah, and hopefully
Ba-da-da.
viewers watching at home, by next week, I might be connected onto fibre cable, so I will be able to stream in glorious Technicolor 4K, so that'll be lovely.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So none of this jittery, pixelated nonsense anymore. Fantastic.
None of that business.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, here we are. We're just having fun. HexHarrison and I, we don't normally have big agendas, but I'm trying to reach out to
There's a joke in there about big peepees, but I'm not going to say anything. Carry on.
a joke in where? Oh,
I
a
was
joke
saying,
in
you said
where?
we don't have big
Oh no
agendas.
Hey, get off the penis. But what I was going to say is that I am hoping that
Yes.
we can get Dylan from Fiat on a live stream with us just to talk to him about our experience, because we've said it, but we've been testing it we've been testing it. We've been making moves with it every day for about 3 weeks and just checking things out, understanding it, and so sharing our experience with him. That would be extremely cool, right? So
Yeah, but have him
Anyway.
to tell us, oh my God, you're doing it all wrong.
he's like, you dumbasses, really? What the?
No,
But,
I actually think we
so
use
be
the
it.
system quite well, and it is working. And for a piece of beta software that is completely in the testing process, it's actually working very well. So yeah, I'm happy. Even the VI, I think, is fine. I think it works. It's clear.
Well, yeah,
It's
it's like a
understandable. Brilliant.
in video game development, we would call that a first playable.
It's,
right.
well, it's definitely. I mean, Flappy Bird.
It's the first playable.
Wasn't it? I mean, that went mental. But
Flappy
it's
Bird
a
was awesome.
it's the Flappy Bird of the yield creating software apps at the moment. But yeah, it's,
I think I wrote a jingle for Flappy Bird. I'm gonna have to dig that out and figure out where it's at. But yeah, I wrote a jingle about it, you know. But yeah, that
well,
was
actually,
pretty
I
awesome
had
stuff.
an old iPhone with it installed because they took it out of the App Store. So actually, I had an old iPhone, and people were selling iPhones with Flappy Bird installed on eBay for about $1,000 back in the day.
Well,
So
I've got it on an
great.
iPhone somewhere because I've got all my
Yeah.
iPhones in in a
It
drawer.
was
So
iPhone
I've got
4,
it
wasn't it? The last one.
somewhere
but
around there. But I remember my wife and her friends were doing all kinds of fun stuff, but it was all organic through WeChat. It's like, look at my high score. No, look at my high score. All through like WeChat. It's just pretty awesome stuff. But
Yeah, well, it was
a lot of fun.
very addictive.
Much fun. But yeah,
That's
anyway,
basically- that's basically Dockstar Age, by the way. I'm talking about Flappy Bird.
that wasn't that long ago, right?
Well,
we could be
yeah, I
20.
suppose
We could be 30.
Yeah,
Oh, Flappy Bird. Yeah.
we'll go with that.
Instead,
Move
yeah,
on.
I mean,
That's what this is
I'm
about.
only 32 for crying out loud.
Sure. Yeah. Smokes a lot of cigarettes every day. Anyway,
Well,
that's kind of an inside joke. Anyway, but
we're having fun. I hope.
it's Friday.
I hope our 3 watchers. Wait, our 2 watchers.
Yeah.
Our 2 watchers besides HexHarrison are having fun. Yeah.
Yeah,
we
TGI
just don't-
Friday, innit?
Yeah, it's been, like I said, it's been a rough week. I've had some uncooperative folks to deal with, and I think I got it
Well,
straightened out this morning.
it's been a bit of a drama-ish week in the Twitter Hexagon community, isn't it? Really, it all started off
Yeah.
Sunday night, and then I woke up Monday morning to World War III.
You you woke up Monday morning to nuclear hex.
Yeah, nuclear hex and lots of swearing and name calling and memes of things, and it was like, wow, okay.
By the way, you just watched The Godfather. Hmm?
Yeah, I did. Yes. Yes, I watched The
Because
Godfather.
why? Say why you watched The Godfather?
Well, because I've been watching the Paramount Plus stream of called The Offer, which goes into the background of making of The Godfather. It's actually from what's that producer's name? Was it Alfie? Or
The producer? Well,
guy-
the head of Paramount was gosh, what's his name? Blake Edwards. What's his name?
yeah,
No.
Blake. But the producer was who?
Al Ruddy, but I didn't know who
based
he
on his
was.
book, though, isn't it? The series
Oh.
is based off his book.
Oh, I didn't know
Making
that.
it-
He
yeah,
wrote a
yes,
book.
he wrote
Okay,
a book
yeah.
based on his experiences of making that film. So,
And
the-
what does that have
based
to
on
Hex?
his book.
What does that have to do with Hex? Absolutely nothing.
nothing,
Yeah,
right?
baby.
Well,
Yeah.
it could, because I watched it after checking the price on Hoddle. I then watched The Godfather. So that's the correlation.
one eye on the offer, one eye on the Hex chart.
Yeah. Somebody's going to make me an offer I can't refuse.
He's got Marty Feldman eyes.
Marty Phil.
Right?
Jesus Christ. And he thinks I'm too young to know who that is.
No, I wouldn't have said it if I thought that. But yeah, I was pretty sure you'd get it. Anyway, it's all fun and
Anyway,
games,
we're
right?
basically going to talk until we lose all of our watches. That's the actual game here. So we're going to talk about obscure stuff.
Well, a lot of good tangents. Shout out was because our viewers did not go up a single one.
Yeah, they'd rather turn off the computer than switch onto our stream. Anyway, God bless.
But it's all good. It'll be there for posterity.
All right, so
Right?
talk back, getting it back round on a tangent. See what I did there? to Pulse and Hex, did you catch the stream with those two girls? One of them being a Playboy model, apparently.
Yeah, I watched
thought
it.
that was brilliant. I thought those girls were smart. It
was pretty
cookies.
mellow. I liked it.
Yeah. Very
Yeah,
good
and
questions, very
it was
smart.
refreshing. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to be very successful in their careers. It's nice.
Careers
to
of
see some
what?
the young. Well,
You mean their
whatever they decide
Hexagon
to do.
careers or whatever they do? Yeah, I get it. I
What they're
agree.
doing now to make some money to put into their portfolios in a few years, they're going to be very popular or very successful. So it's good to see the youth of today being productive. Anyway, no, it was a refreshing stream. Thought that was nice, and then of course the highest of stakes stream with Patrick, who I have had some minor interaction with over the Hex second year anniversary event in London. I kind of talked to him about options regarding tickets and things like that. So again, very minor interactions with Patrick, but yeah, I thought that was quite an interesting stream on the perspective of a producer stroke production person compared to a founder of a coin. What I did find quite interesting was certain production mistakes that were made during that stream, which I basically picked up on, which proves to everybody that doing this is not as easy as it looks, basically, especially when you're doing multi-camera angles, and especially when you don't have a power supply or a dummy battery. I think I've got one down here.
Okay, cool. I'm sending out some
Basically,
invitations
you need to get
folks.
yourself one of these, which is a dummy battery, which allows you to run your camera off a 9-volt, 5-volt, or 12-volt supply. So that is something that most on-the-go movie-producing companies don't necessarily have, because the cameras don't stay still enough to be plugged in. They're usually on gimbals and moving around. So when you're doing a live stream, that's the sort of thing you have to think about, because if your camera shuts down after 30 minutes and you've got an hour-long stream, you're going to be a little bit screwed. So that was interesting to see from a production point of view, because that's what I kind of do for a living anyway.
We just lost a viewer.
Oh, well, there you go.
Ooh, we lost it. Woohoo! You've done it. We've done it.
Yeah. So anyway, I did think that was interesting. I stand by my comments. I thought that was a very good stream. And yes, and it is not easy to do a multi-camera stream, and mistakes can be made if nobody's been trained or has done it before. So onwards and upwards, that's what I say. Anyway, hey-ho.
I thought they did it pretty well.
Yeah, of course. There was mistakes, but they did it quite well. So, I mean, it's when you press a button that doesn't have an input connected to it, the screen will go black. And people now know that. So,
well,
anyhow.
I do think, operating a live broadcast is different than filming, yes?
Exactly. But that's why I said doing this stuff which we're actually doing, which is operating a live broadcast, isn't as easy as it looks. So,
yeah, but still, yet it is kind of easy.
It's easy to get it wrong.
Well, that's true. Yeah, we've gone through a bit of work to make sure that
There you go.
Video quality, sound quality is all okay.
There you go. You see, and it's still, there's always room for improvements, obviously. But
just so you know, sadly, our friend is gone. Bye bye.
Yeah. This video is not available. Bye. Yeah, no, understood. Well, what we're producing right now will be in and around the internet for eternity. So you can rest assured that our style of bullshit will be available to the world
on demand.
On demand, yes. Subject to status.
And for all of those viewers who choose not to tune in, it will not cost you anything. For those viewers who do choose to tune in, it will cost you your time. Sorry.
Also, as well, just another totally nothing connected to anything. Did you happen to see the Queen at the opening of her horse event that she did. I can't remember the name of it, but it was the royal part of the celebrations for her 70th jubilee, 70-year jubilee, platinum jubilee, I think it is. And yeah, she was there live. She didn't go to the opening of Parliament. She sent Charles to do that. But then 2 weeks later, she turns up in her 2007 Range Rover Vogue, which was very awesome to see because I actually own the same car. And yeah, she was waving to everybody and having a whale of a time. So yeah, it was really nice to see. She's looking well.
Yeah, my gosh, she's gonna live forever.
For all you British and Canadian listeners, our Monica looking well.
Well, I mean, I think if at least if you've been around for a while, if you don't have some admiration for the Queen, with all of her,
70 years.
pros
Doing
and
the same
cons,
job for
yeah.
70 years.
Well, she passed Victoria back in 2012, right?
Sure.
Right. So
Sure.
that's a big deal. Now,
70
easier times, mind you, and she had less children.
Yeah.
But
Less promiscuous children, let's put it that way.
Well, less children. Well,
Yeah,
really, maybe not. Maybe she's got one that lapped all the rest of them.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Well, let's just say there's going to be a couple of royals that won't be on the balcony waving to people during the celebrations. They're definitely ousted from the celebrations, but hey ho.
Yeah. Well, it's all fun and games till somebody loses an eye.
There you go. But the reason why I did like that, because my mum would have loved to see that, because my mum was a huge fan of the Queen, and to see her enjoying her pageantry and having Helen Mirren dressed up as Queen Victoria, not Queen Victoria, Queen Elizabeth. She was dressed up as Queen Elizabeth, the first one, and she looked very good. By the way, she looks, and she was basically giving her thanks to the Queen for her 70 years of service, and the Queen was waving and big smile. She was very happy, basically. And I think all the
wonderful.
shit she's gone through in the past 5 years with her bloody siblings and also the COVID. She's had COVID, by the way.
And her husband,
And the
by the way.
husband passing away, and no one was. She was having to sit alone in the blimmin' chapel.
Her husband of 1,000 her husband of 1,000 years.
Exactly. Yeah. So,
Man,
anyway.
I mean,
she's great.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, just being in such a prestigious, role in the world for that many years, and what has she seen, witnessed, and even sometimes decided upon? Think about that we could never fathom. Anyway, it's wonderful.
And how many?
Long
Another.
live the
I mean,
Queen.
just statistics alone.
Statistics.
This is happy hour, by the way. How many leaders and how many U.S. presidents has she met? How many UK
let's count them up.
presidents has she met? It's insane.
1954? Is that the year she took charge, or was it 50? When did she take over?
It was,
but
it's 70 years from this year, isn't it? So it's 2022 minus 70. So that's when she was inaugurated.
50. So 52. So you got.
Yeah.
I think we still had Eisenhower at that point. Then you got Truman. Yeah. Then you got, I guess, Kennedy.
Yeah, she met the Kennedys.
Then you got Johnson.
Yeah.
Then you got.
But wasn't Johnson the vice president, and Johnson came into power after Kennedy's assassination? Was that right?
Yeah. But then there was Johnson, and then after that, was not. Was it Nixon? Yeah, it was Nixon after Johnson. Then Nixon. Yeah. Then Nixon impeached. Then it was Ford. Then it was Reagan. Carter. Then it was Reagan. Then it was Bush 1. Then it was Clinton.
Ford, Carter, Reagan. Then it was
Bush 2.
Bush 1. Then Clinton.
Then Bush 2.
Bush 1. Then Clinton, wasn't it?
That's what I said.
Bush 2.
You were just behind. You were behind the curve. Obama.
Yeah,
Trump.
Story of my life.
Just a buzz, and then cheers, yeah. And then of course Trump and the current Biden. So how many is that?
Yeah.
12?
Yeah. And
I can't count, by the way, but I think it was 12.
We've now lost our second. Oh no, he's come back.
No, I've got.
He's come back.
Well, guys, we're dying here. If you're out there watching, please leave us a comment or say something. Let us know you're breathing. Let us know you're a real person watching the stream.
just be happy in the knowledge that even if you aren't aware or aren't online, we talk like this for hours anyway. So
Yes,
you're
this is
quite
normal.
happy to join us. If you're not there, then we would do it anyway. So
We've had 4 views. Hello.
hello, Governor. Yeah, so that anyway, so I think she's done brilliantly, and she knows she's winding down. She's basically letting everybody know, like she sent Charles to the opening of Parliament, but because she's still the Crown, he had to sit next to the Crown, literally a crown on a cushion on a chair, which is a bit weird, but because obviously she's still the Crown. So
And this has been British History 101. This day in Great Britain back in 1952.
yeah. Well, don't forget, in '52 we had a lot of the Commonwealth then, didn't we? So obviously it's all gone now, but back then it was, there was a lot of.
There was a lot of territory.
I was going to say, good or bad, we have got a lot of history. Good or bad, not all good, must admit, but
Must admit. Do your best. Homeboy, what's his name? Can't think of his name right now because I've had gin and tonic, but
yeah.
Russell Brand. Do your best, Russell. Do your best, Russell Brand.
I don't do a Russell Brand.
I don't do a Russell Brand. I
can't
can't.
do a Russell Brand. Hello to you wonderful 5 million plus subscribers.
There it is. You got
And
it.
I've got to make a massive V in my shirt to show off my hair and my medallions.
And your medallions, and you have to have the ring light showing ring light in your eye reflections, right?
Well, I've got a ring light for sure, but that was because of yesterday's curry.
Ooh, you're so.
That's
Do
the
it.
only ring light I've got this afternoon.
Where's your
I'm here all week.
where's your drum? There it is. There's the drum roll track.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. Well, look, we're here having fun. So let's get
Brought
back
to you
to
by the
some,
Road Microphone Corporation.
let's get back to some serious hex talk. Let me see
Right.
what's going on with the price. Just to say we talked about something
Yes,
important.
by the way, it is possible and it is permitted for hexagons to have other interests and other things that they care about. So it's not all about,
Blasphemy.
Exactly. Well, I'm sorry.
No,
but
no,
it is
of-
possible
no, of
for
course.
hexagons to like cars, for example. Or to
And what do
like
you
cooking.
and how about is it allowed to like enjoy music like Rock
Ooh.
Edison music?
Exactly. I think that's a cue, isn't it?
Wait, no, hold on. I don't want to I don't want to lose our 2 viewers.
Yeah, you've got to be careful with cues like that, man.
You know what though? But I will say that today I was listening and I posted up on Twitter a track that probably led to crickets on my Twitter channel. Let's see here. Yeah, I got
But
stereo
I think
audio.
the problem is, right, this is the thing that we will need to address in the future, is it's all right to like more than one thing in your life. I think
Well,
that it's all, and I think having...
I think we
you don't
all
need to be
do.
yeah, but you
Obviously,
don't
I
need
think
to be
we all do.
scared
Yeah, to talk about
expressing
it.
an opinion. Yeah,
But
we're all
I think
adult.
we all do. But we have that one thing in common that we like to share on the kind of hex Twitters, right? So
Yeah, of course. I I do see there is a few hexagons that do kind of express their political beliefs, and which is understandable because it affects their daily life. I don't live in the States, so I probably tend to have other kind of vibes politically, but hey ho.
Yeah.
Still like cars though.
Well, you
I
know,
like
how can
motors.
you
I like motors. I do.
how can you not like cars, man? There is just nothing about a car that is not enjoyable, even if it's a junker. If it moves
Well, it depends.
forward, it's
If
pretty
If
cool.
you're not into cars, if you don't understand them, then I mean,
I guess.
Well, I'm not going to mention it because it's a massive subject. But it starts with a G and ends in an N, and goes bang bang. But I'm not going to mention those. But I can understand their engineering. For a geek like me, that's an engineering geek, I can understand the magnetism attraction because they are mechanically kind of intricate kind of beings. That's also why I like watches as well. I'm not as massive a geek as Richard Hart is with his collection, but I do appreciate the mechanical prowess and that kind of geekiness. I like that.
I'm taking a break from my $1 million watches
Yes, sure.
because, I don't want to show off too much.
Yeah.
No,
The thing is,
I am.
You can't sail around the Bahamas in them. That's
I
why.
am. I am exactly. I am so much not a watch guy. It's incredible. I had
Yet
one.
we're still friends.
We're still friends.
That's the beauty of having different subject matters and different interests. We can still get along with each other and find common ground in the wonderful world of hexagons.
Well, God, I mean,
yeah.
look. I'm going to go ahead and say this.
Go on then.
We had a conversation earlier today, and I said, this is our sign-off, right? This is our last part of the conversation. Now, and I'll interject this into this live stream here right now. But, so, and I think I'm going to borrow from somebody I saw on a live stream that kind of brought some of these points out, right? Now, think about when Ethereum launched. When Ethereum launched, there was Ethereum. You could build on it. Didn't really have a community surrounding it. But there were no real ready-made platforms and a solid community on. Now, we are kind of pre-launch on an ecosystem created by a dude that we all trust and know to be a good designer of such things, by the name of Richard Hart, who we love.
Indeed.
And we are pre-launch of this ecosystem that has a ready-made community. It has already, I don't know how many wallets. I think it's 300,000 sacrificed, but don't quote me, guys. In fact, correct me if I'm wrong. But we're launching with already a swap protocol. There was no Uniswap at Ethereum launch, by the way. There were no decentralized protocols at Ethereum launch on Ethereum that I know of. Again, you can always correct me if I'm wrong. We have these other protocols that work around Hex. We have Hex launching with this. So we have all of these things together with a community and ready-made users, plus the ready-made users that are potentially going to be there from the ERC20s branching over. I don't know if people get the impact of that, but this is...
So this is the impact of the Pulse launch that you're talking about, yeah?
The Pulse launch. It is...
Yeah.
It's like going to Disney World today or Disneyland back in 1950, right?
Sure.
So think about Disneyland back in 1950. There was no Shrek. There was no Toy Story. There were all of these projects, and that may be a poor analogy, right? There was no Star Wars. So it's like, all of this stuff is going to be there, usable at launch mostly. We know that things like liquid loans will come later, but it's I don't think people really get the impact. With that, my friend, I am going to play let me play a song, refresh my drink, and
I'm on fluffing duties today.
it's happy hour. It's
yeah. While you go and refresh your drink, please come back hard for the
Yeah.
set. Thank you.
it's happy hour. If I don't stay happy during happy hour, what's the point?
Sure. Well, I'll give you a little bit of good news. The price
Uh-oh,
of Hex is actually growing.
We're
as
down to
talking.
one. We're down to one viewer, which is you. Great.
Well, yeah, but you've actually pumped the Hex price during that little.
Let's see how I
that
did.
little talk.
Oh yeah. Oh no, it's dropped.
Oh,
It went
shit.
up and down.
That's 'cause you
Crap.
talked about your-
Oh crap.
Right, go and refresh and put on a decent little tune.
Let me see. Let me make a good choice here.
Save my soul, possibly.
Oh, okay. Well, that sounds like a good choice. Save my soul.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rock Edison.
Lord have mercy, save my soul. I sold it to the devil for rock and roll.
So this is a bit of a musical interlude while Rock fits his trick.
Disco made me jump around. Hip hop turned my life upside down. The blues up and deserted me. Jazz and I never found a way to agree. So I set about growing out some long black hair. Got myself up out of the easy chair. Listening to records by AC/DC. Aerosmith, Metallica, Lord have mercy on me. Lord have mercy, save my soul. I dusted off the amp, started working my fingers, playing a song I used to know by the Pretenders. On my guitar, I strummed out the first chord. The sound I heard made my ears bleed, oh Lord. There came a dark voice from way down under, booming like the snap of thunder. The amp made a buzz, a crackle, he seemed to scream. My head hit the strings and man, the sound was mean. Rock and roll is the thing that thrills me. I've reached the point of no return. All that other stuff doesn't really fulfill me. I've had my lesson, got it together. Now I got money to burn. So I set about growing out some long black hair. Got myself up out of the easy chair. Listening to records by AC/DC. Aerosmith, Metallica, Lord have mercy on me. Lord have mercy, save my soul. Lord have mercy on me. 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 Lord have mercy, save my soul.
RockEdisonMusic.com. And that was Rock Edison with Save My Soul, coming to you live from Shenzhen, Four Dog Studio. Thank you very much.
There you go. Interlude over. Back to the quiz.
Back to one viewer, which is who? HexHarrison. So I think this is appropriate. Is there anybody out there?
Well, we're
Is
both
there
sitting here.
anybody out
mildly,
there?
We're both sitting here comfortably numb. After
Yeah, there we
see,
go.
See what I did there?
Oh, segue.
So I
gonna
think
rename this?
that little miserable dump that we had at the beginning of the week is now clawing its way back. That's kind of nice to see.
As it does.
Yeah, it's but it still creates a little bit of buzz in the community because everyone starts to realise a little bit more of the potential, and everyone starts to get a little bit more happier about being in this ecosystem. So yeah.
Well, new assets daily is kind of a it is always the thing that I go, oh well, I'm not worried about it because yield.
Yeah. Yield.
New
Yield
coins
schmield.
every day. T-shares are the thing, and I like it. So when we have these nuclear events, I'm just kind of like, I'm okay.
Whatever.
That's cool. Whatever it is, it happens. I know why it happened, right? Or at least I have an idea why it happened with the Fed, saying what they said a couple of times. We obviously had, world conflict dips and the like, and those caused, shockwaves
Sure.
through all markets. The Fed announcing things caused shockwaves, inflation causing shockwaves. So yeah, we're kind of in a state right now.
I'm causing shock waves.
Oh no! What have you done?
I'm not the lyricist.
What have you done? You have prompted something you don't want. Oh my God! Oh my God! Let me add this to
You're
the
supposed to
stream.
nonchalantly discuss something as you're queuing up the tune in the background, and then all of a sudden, welcome again to another intermission.
I'm not the DJ in the room. So just for those of you out here not watching that don't get the reference, our friend at HexHarrison was talking about this.
Yeah. One of my favorite Rock Edison tracks.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The video was fun.
I'm writing shotgun, got a hand, take a finger. I'm writing down on you. We're not done. If you think that was the worst, just know that.
Sure.
The video wasn't the video a joint effort in the early days.
I saw you in the
This one? Not
This
really.
video was a joint effort in the early demo reels, wasn't it?
my hand on your face.
No?
You sure?
Yeah.
I
Pretty much did it all.
I did the first cut of this, and you did the final cut.
Oh, I don't remember that, but maybe. No, I'm serious. I don't. I don't remember that. I just remember all of the pain that I went through to get it all together. Yeah, you might have. Yeah, I'm sorry, brother.
China's gone. Never mind. Fine.
My creative process may not support observation. No wonder we have so many viewers. We're awesome. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're having fun.
It's Friday night. Had to look at the thumbnail for reference. It's the random looking happy hour on a Friday night afternoon.
I gotta tell you, these Xiaomi earbuds are crap.
Are they?
Yeah. but I can hear. That's a good thing.
Well, the thing is, they're not expensive, are they? Really? In all fairness.
They're not a bad
I mean, if you
solution.
look
They're
at
just not awesome.
Paying $200 for them. Can you believe that? $200 for the same thing.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Crazy. But they are good, though, I've heard. I just can't bring myself to pay $200 for a pair of earbuds.
I'm riding shotgun. I'm gunning for you. I've got you in my sights and not much you can do. Riding shotgun.
Yes, rockEdisonmusic.com. Perfect.
RockEdisonMusic.com.
I just said that. Thank you very much. Right, what's all that? You've got that No Time to Die, Billy Irish.
Billy Irish. Billy Irish.
I call it Billy Irish, sorry.
I know.
To be sure. I think Billy Irish is the bloke that did my patio, if I'm honest with you.
Billy Irish?
Yeah. put in my Telegraph polling next week. Billy Irish.
No,
My,
his name's Billy
fibre
Irish.
cable. HexHarrison is getting fiber next week. Oh my god.
You know,
Broadband.
it would be so interesting if we could actually do like a happy hour that was in either one of our countries' time zone, the U.S. or England. We would probably get a little bit more traction. Or
Well,
and I don't mean viewers. We might just be. It might just be easier to scare up people to come in and just shoot the breeze with
Well, that's
us,
the
right?
problem is because everyone's at work in the UK and everyone's getting ready for bed in China. So it's like, and I don't know what time it is in
Well,
New York at the moment.
no,
But it's 1 in the morning in New York.
It's still early in China, but I'm talking about the U.S. I mean, everybody's waking up in the
1 in the
U.S.
morning?
In the U.S., no, I mean people are kind of waking up.
Oh,
East
sure,
Coast
sure.
is waking
Yes,
up right
it's-
now. Yeah,
It's 12 hours from China time, not English time.
most of the people
It's
that are
8:30 in New York, isn't it?
yeah. So
So Miami is the same time zone as New York, isn't it?
I believe it is. Yes.
So
I
Florida
do
would
believe
be
it.
the same time zone as New York.
Yeah. Yes.
Got it.
Yes. Should be. Well,
makes
parts
it
of
handy.
parts of Florida. Florida's in 2 time zones.
Because in Seattle, it's 5 a.m. in the morning. It's still 5 a.m. in Seattle.
Well, yeah. It's still pretty early there.
Still. Chicago's
It might be.
1 hour.
It might be 9:30. It might be 9:30 in New York, not 8:30.
Tin Top's giving us a shout out. What's up, Hexkins?
What? Do we have man? Let's get, dude. We need you, Tin Top. We need you, brother. We are here. We have no viewers, and we're having
are
fun
so
talking to each
needy.
other. But
We
there
are so
is.
needy of external
But
appreciation.
Tin Top, if you're up for it, brother, I'm dropping you a link in there. You can come on here and banter with us because we're just having fun. I'm in a happy hour, right? I've had a long week. 5:30 a.m. in California. Oh, you're either up after the night before or you're up early, right? So
Yeah, it's 5:30
Yeah.
in LA, man. 7:30 in Chicago, 5:30 in LA. Damn.
But yeah, I mean, Hex Harris and I, we kind of do these streams, and we do it for fun. We're not trying to be, Hex, celebrities or influencers or anything like that. We just have fun. Talk about stuff that we know about. Maybe have people on that we can ask questions to
So that
that
doesn't take long. Jesus.
might be able to.
Talking about stuff we know about.
Hey, he's making some coffee. Well, get yourself some coffee, man. And if you're up for it, you jump in here. We'll pull you right in the stream and we'll have fun. By the way, you're having coffee. I'm having gin and tonic, brother, because
Yeah.
it is my Friday happy hour. It's been a hell of a week. So, Yeah. We'll gladly have you in to chat with us once you get around. So that's cool.
Sure. No pressure. I mean, Jesus. The bloke just
I
came in for a
don't-
chat and
I think he's probably quite okay. I don't think he feels pressure. If he does, that will soon end once he catches the vibe.
lovely.
Right? And we get a chance to meet another Hexicans. I did shout out to Marcavelli, by the way, who happened into one of our streams, to one of our streams before. But I
Marcavelli?
think Marcavelli. He might still be sleeping though, but that's cool. You know, people need their sleep and stuff. And
People
who else
need
is out
their
there?
sleep. No.
and stuff, right? But we might. It looks like we've added an additional viewer to the stream.
Well, that's
I see 3
he's obviously a fan of Tin Top.
Irish
Or
coffee.
she. Oh, because that well now we're getting the morning we're getting the morning projects, aren't we? So we're getting
Well,
the
yeah,
breakfast.
look.
We're getting the breakfast crew now.
We're getting the Brexit fests.
Getting the Brexits. Yeah. The Brexits. I wonder what is the percentage of hexagons between US and UK?
I don't know.
70-20,
There's-
you reckon?
I don't know.
20-80?
There are probably like 3 in the UK and 1 million in the US. I don't know. I don't know. but there are a lot of UK Hexicans, man, and I like that.
We did manage to pull off a second year
Why?
anniversary for
Why?
Hex in London.
Why
which was
can't
quite
we get? Why can't we get? You're in the UK. You're in the
Yes,
time
I am,
zone.
yeah.
Why can't you pull somebody into our live stream from the UK? You know how I like to
Because
talk to
everyone's
UK folks.
because everyone's at work.
Well, why aren't you?
Well, that's a good damn question. That is.
What a
Very
bastard!
good question, sir.
You bastard! You fargen asshole bastard! You have violated my fargen
allowed-
rights.
I'm lucky enough to be able to work from home. So that's
Yes, of
that's
course.
actually fantastic.
Did you ever get a chance to watch Johnny Dangerous Lee?
No, I forgot.
Get it and watch it. It will make you laugh. It will make you laugh endlessly.
Make me laugh.
It will make you laugh until you turn blue. Yeah, my British accent is priceless, man. I know it. I just know it. Hollywood is calling
Hello,
me as
Mary
we
Poppins.
speak. Hey, miss.
Can
Would
I
there- no,
sweep your chimney?
Will there be sandwiches, miss?
Yeah, will there be sandwiches, miss? That's hilarious. Anyway.
Random,
So let's talk about a subject that-
random.
I was going to say, let's talk about a subject that more than 2 of us in the room can actually understand. So, regarding Hex and Pulse news, or
Okay, let's talk
maybe
about
you can
that.
reiterate. Maybe you can reiterate on that closing statement that you made regarding the fact that we're quite
Well,
early to the game, and
well,
we kind of
well,
tend to overlook that fact.
Well, we're early to the game on something that is, I want to say 90% complete, because I do think we need. Look, the fiat on ramp thing is a problem. It's a pain. The wallet thing,
But
is
it's not
a
just a
problem.
pain for us, though.
It's well, of course, it's yeah. I can't onboard
It's a pain
people.
for everybody, even on the Ethereum chain, right?
Omar Sharif's court testimony and Johnny Danger. Okay, there it is. There he is. He got it.
I haven't yet seen that.
I'm telling you, it's hilarious. You fucking asshole bastards! You have violated my fucking rights.
Oh God!
I think, where's that Tin Top? Where's that dude from, man? I can't remember where he's from. He's from like
By the sound of it, but
No,
anyway.
it's like he's from Albania or something. I can't remember exactly, but it was just awesome. Johnny Dangerous, he's really funny. It's really funny, but
So
Michael
anyway,
Keaton,
going
what can,
back
what
to
can
what
you
you
do?
were saying about being the fiat on ramps.
Tim Top, jump in and join us if you're up for it, brother. You can just do audio if you like, or you can do video. But I'll let you in if you join. Go ahead, HexHarrison.
No, I was saying, go back to what you were talking about, fiat on ramps and what the plans are. and
Well,
how
I
it
don't
will
know
make
the
our
plan.
lives
I don't know the plans, but I would say this is right now is the biggest problem in crypto. Right? It's the
Okay.
one that is earning all of the gate fees for all of the entities that, are still part of that legacy financial system in my mind. And I believe that the exchanges also have become more legacy finance than new blood crypto decentralized finance. So we still have to go through those gates and pay everybody along the way in order to get on and earn. Now, I mean,
And you're
come on,
basically talking about credit card fees and transaction fees.
well,
that all
well,
these
well,
exchanges
credit card
have
fees,
before you can-
exchange fees, even something like, what is it? OKX, is it, that will allow you to buy directly into your wallet, but there's still KYC. They still have heavy fees. It's actually more expensive to do that. Bittrex, the way the only real reliable way that I have to onboard fiat, if I do debit card, they charge me 30%. And they charge me 30% on the platform. So if I buy 1,000, they charge me 1,030.
Okay.
And they charge an additional $30 to my credit card. So it's $60 for 1,000
Then plus
USD
your
to
gas
on-ramp.
fee, and then
Well,
plus
yeah,
your
then,
gas fee to kind of stop that.
but then,
Stable
so
point.
that's just getting USD on the platform. Then after that,
Right.
I
Yeah.
said, well, because onboarding USD and buying crypto directly is a bit finicky. So I put USD on the platform. It cost me $60 for $1,000, right? 6%.
Okay.
0.6%, whatever it is. Anyway, but then we've got you use that US dollars to purchase a crypto, right? Now, based on what that crypto is, to withdraw it, you get an exchange fee. So Bittrex takes another fee to withdraw it to your wallet, plus the fees that you get from the chain transactions.
Okay.
It's a nightmare. I mean, it's like the mafia is standing in line with their hands out as you walk down the street to buy a hot dog. I mean, that's what it feels like. By the way, I mean,
So you have
on
to
that,
walk
I'm
down
gonna
the
have to
street
have
to
another.
hot dogs.
Gonna have to have another sip of me
So
old gin and tonic.
how would making our own fiat on ramp, how would that solve? Because
Well, look,
no one's going to want
look,
to do it for free, are they?
what you want is a way to, or at least what I want is a way to go, here's my credit card number, here's my bank information, whatever it is, and I'll get back to Bittrex in a second, but here's my credit card, or here's my debit card. I want to buy Hex or whatever. Boom.
Okay.
Transaction, Hex in your wallet. Done.
Oh, so
Right.
you want to basically be able to buy Hex off
I want
a
to
centralized
no.
exchange.
I want to reduce the mafia members on the street with their hands out. That's what I want to
Okay.
reduce.
Nice.
Right?
Okay.
I mean, there's going to be fees. The bank's going to get theirs, obviously. Right? Now, again, if there's a way to wash that out of the whole equation, that would be awesome. But yeah, so anyway, this is all from my perspective in going through this the many times that I have, trying to get people onboarded, and the bank says, no, you can't use your debit card to buy crypto. Sorry, Chase Bank, but you do not let people use their money how they choose to use it, because you're protecting them. I mean, yourselves, right?
Yeah.
In
Aren't
the
they
guise of
launching their own
protecting them from fraud, from potential fraud. But it is them protecting themselves against, because
you think
look,
a lot
if
of
it's
banks these
easy,
days-
If it's easy to get your money out of banks and into crypto, the banks will slowly start to go.
So do you think then, like I said, that a lot of these banks are using the anti-fraud umbrella to kind of stop a lot of these transactions?
In the
Basically saying,
same
"We're protecting you."
in the same way that governments and other organizations have used terrorism and drug trafficking to control finance, to control the flow
Right.
of money, right?
Right.
That's what I think. I mean, I've been obviously I've witnessed this stuff for a while, but that's what it feels like to me. They're just using that stuff as an excuse. You see, there's bad actors over there. We have to do this. Oh,
Sure.
really? So we all have to pay for the bad actors. You know what?
I know what you're going to say. Yeah.
Fuck off. Anyway, but I didn't really intend this to be a rant, but it is
Oh,
frustrating.
We like rants. Rants are good because at the end
It
of the
is
day, that's how
frustrating.
stuff gets solved. You have to address
You
the
know.
problem, and you have
Yeah.
to realise that because I've had the experience where I've tried to buy crypto with a card and it's literally been locked down, and the banks. Well, in this case, it was a building
By the way,
society,
Tin
they
Top,
literally
let us know if you want to join in. Tin Top, sorry,
Yeah.
give me 1 second. I want to just reiterate to Tin Top that we would appreciate his conversation. There he is. He just popped in. Anyway, go ahead now, HexHarrison, while I pop him
Thank
into
you.
the chat. Sorry, brother.
I
Sorry.
was saying that I had experience where, and I'll be brief, that the card was locked down and they made us jump through hoops to get it unlocked. We had to go to the branch, we had to bring our passport, we had to pretend who we are, we had to prove who we were, not pretend who we were. And and it was literally an absolute nightmare. So, and I don't think that is basically because they're protecting our against fraud. They just want to make it difficult to buy crypto, basically. Anyway, rant over. Carry on.
Nice. Well, no, it's all good, but yeah, I just muted Tin Top for a second there, just so you could get his sound sorted. Let's see how he's doing.
Okay.
I think I unmuted him. Yeah.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Tin Top, brother, thanks for jumping in, man.
Welcome.
I'm a half a sheet to the wind, but that's good.
Rocking happy hour. Welcome along.
All right.
Yeah, I'm nursing mine from last night, but my girl's still asleep, so I got to be quiet and come outside.
Okay. Well, I'll keep it down, brother. Okay.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm outside.
No. Well, yeah, I've had plenty of those, but yeah. So you're in the you're in the West Coast, just getting in from a night, enjoying yourself. I hope.
Yeah, just waking up. I got to go to work today.
Oh well, then
it's one of
that's a triple thank you for jumping in, man. That's not easy to do, But we're having fun. We're having a good time.
No, but you were talking about this fiat on-ramp stuff. The easiest way, I haven't tried a bunch of different ones because the easiest way for U.S. citizens is through Coinbase. It's free from your bank account to USDC and then right off to your MetaMask or Trezor or whatever wallet you got your USD in for free. It's coming out that kind of worries me a little bit too. I try not to pull anything out and just leave all my economic power inside crypto.
I can't. I'm the same way. I don't leave anything on
inside your own
exchanges.
wallet, I hope.
Yeah, it all goes to MetaMask. But here's the thing, Tin Top. I cannot use Coinbase. I cannot sign up and use it without the limits because I've been in China for a while and I've got a lot of expat friends from the U.S. also that can't use it for the same reason. And the reason why Bittrex is usable and Coinbase is not is because Bittrex will allow you to KYC with a passport. Coinbase requires a valid U.S. driver's license in a state.
Yeah.
Yep. So and of course that probably would have been my option, right? But
Right.
yeah,
There are
I can't finish the KYC.
For anybody who watches this later, there's Change Now that I have tried out before, but I don't normally use that. And there's
Change
really
now.
good way. There's
Okay,
really
I'm
good
looking this
ways
stuff
to,
up.
because they have these atomic swaps now. You can get in through things like Change Now to the AVAX system, and then swap directly into Hex, directly into
But it's
anything
the
else. It really
problem.
saves fees. There's a good way. There's a smart way to do it, and then there's the easy way to do it. You know.
But the problem that I'm running into right now is U.S. dollars to any kind of wallet whatsoever. Now, Chase Bank, and of course, because the states have their different regulations, they're all different based on state regulations and based on the bank you happen to use, right? For me, I have my limits are all pretty much open on Bittrex because of the state that I'm actually registering the account in and the bank that I'm using. So I have pretty high limits. I can onboard crypto. It is costly, but I can I can onboard fiat and I can get it on pretty smoothly. But I've got a friend in Florida or registered in Florida. They're in China. Their bank is Chase. Chase won't even let them buy crypto with a debit card. And even with bank transfer, they're limited to 1,000 USD per week.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
Ouch. What are you going to do with that? Especially with PulseChain coming up and going, hey, I want to put 50K on Hex. I want to get ready for the launch. I want to take advantage of that. But
Good luck with that.
Well, because you have a good network, though, and friends in the States, 1inch, I was going to sort this out this weekend I like playing in the space regardless, and I like doing all the stuff that is kind of new and new features to try and support stuff. But I heard 1inch has a peer-to-peer where they take a little percent, but your friend you can just send money from friend to friend in the States, and then they can peer-to-peer you over the crypto.
okay, I'm going to check that out. 1inch peer-to-peer.
I haven't
And
looked at it at all, so yeah.
I'll check it out though, because I'm currently in the process of trying to sort this out before PulseChain launches. But here's the thing though, with this whole Chase Florida connection, bank transfer, limit 1,000 weekly. Not only is it a weekly $1,000 limit from Chase Bank, but Bittrex on bank transfers has a 10-day hold as well.
Yep.
And it's like,
They
Yeah.
don't want you trading crypto, do they?
And that's why I'm drinking right now, for crying out loud. Not really. There's other contributing factors, but that definitely is one of them. I'm just like, this stuff's all got to get solved. But I'm going to check out the 1inch peer-to-peer thing. So, by the way, I know that HexHarrison and I both, when he bought his initial crypto, when I bought my initial crypto, I was in China, which it was pretty difficult. But the first Bitcoin that I purchased back in 19, right, I bought it through peer-to-peer, and it was easy and smooth. It was no problem. No problem at all, right? And it's gotten more difficult over time in China to do that. But
I bet.
anyway, yeah. But it was the easiest thing I'd ever really done. Now, I paid more. I paid a premium for it, but I got it, right?
Well, that kind of says to people that they don't want us using it.
Well,
I mean, if the way it's getting right now is people obviously see the benefits and they're getting a bit scared, and they're thinking, wow, we don't want the masses using this platform because it's going to make the banks defunct, basically, which is good for us.
But
But
I do think peer-to-peer is part of the key on this, or at least for one part of the solution. But I mean, I think you really just want putting my debit card money on my wallet, right? Again, the minimal amount on the street was their handout kind of thing. So we'll see how it all ends up. But keep it on. But let's see what Richard Hart comes up with. Let's see what some of the big brains in the community come up with. Were there any other things that you, Tin Top, that you think I might want to look at in order to get my friends
Well,
onboarded?
you were a little choppy. I couldn't hear everything you said, but anything else I want to look at on ways to onboard?
Yeah, are there any other platforms I might want to check into to get my friends on? Get them onboarded, get them into money into a wallet, basically.
Crypto.com is a good one. I don't know how international they are, but they're in a lot of different countries, probably not China. That one's really simple and easy. You can link a
gonna
bank
be
account.
tricky.
I think Rock's trying to onboard some people in the States, so it's not that. It's mostly from the States. Yeah, is that
Like
correct?
I said, Coinbase is the
Well, they're in China, but they're from the
they're
States,
okay.
right?
They're from
So
the
the
States, but they're in
so the
China.
so they're in the same
so the
predicament you are. With
banking's in the
the,
state. Oh, there's Johnny
firewall.
Chaos. Come on in. That's why we're Johnny Chaos.
Johnny.
Sorry, brother, but it's happy hour, baby. It's happy hour. I hope you're all good.
Not happy hour here. It's morning for me. I'm like,
I
what
know.
is this? I gotta get up and
Oh well, God bless you for coming on, brother. Really, we've been looking forward to some interaction, but we've just been talking about on ramps. I don't know if you've caught it. Tin Top, are you in? Okay, are you in? You hear us all?
yeah,
Tin
here
Top?
you go.
Okay,
Yeah, he was
great.
just explaining
Bye,
about
bye, bye.
options for your friends in China that are trying to onboard.
Yeah, so I've been trying to get my friends onboarded that are in China, obviously U.S. citizens, so they're have to go through the U.S. banking system, and it's been a nightmare. It's been murder, right? So I'm going to try to change up my network here because it's being a little bit salty. So you
Yeah.
guys carry on. If I drop out, drop in, don't sweat it. Okay, you should be okay. All right, cool.
Yeah, hey, nice to see you, Johnny. I appreciate everything you've been doing, man. I really do. It's great.
Yeah, we all do, man. Your legend status.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway,
We love the chaos, man. There's no
We
doubt
love the
about it.
chaos. Yeah.
In fact, I'm kind of trying to create some tonight with my gin and tonic,
You're
this
not doing
morning.
badly, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm kind of swinging it.
my memory's a little foggy, but I think Gen Hex did a good show about different fiat on ramps too. There's a couple different people who have explored this, and that's how I learned about that AVAX one. Going through AVAX to reduce fees through a wormhole swap to get in dirt cheap,
But if the major problem gate is the fiat into wallet or even into any crypto, right?
Well,
Because go ahead.
the true underlying problem is I don't want to get my money out of crypto. I don't want it back in that dirty fiat banking system at all. I want out, and I want to stay out, and I want to be able to spend and use, and that's why crypto.com's nice for me, because I just bang it over to the credit card, cash it out, bang it over to the credit card, and spend.
Yeah. Well, I do like kind of what they've got set up. I haven't been able to use it yet because I haven't really used much of any of my Hex gains. Johnny Chaos, how am I going to get fiat into crypto or into a wallet without being gate kept?
without going to jail for being a money transmitter.
Yeah, right.
That's the kicker there, right? I don't know. What if you sold a product, and that product happened to a company with free hex?
Sure.
Say, I don't know. This sticker is $1,000, but it happens.
I was going to say $1,000 stickers. I was going to say that.
I suppose
I think
it's
that's
possible.
a loophole. Not legally right.
Yeah.
But,
Well,
it's really silly. The laws that they have for it are really silly. Look, you should be able to give anybody whatever you want to give them. And if that person decides that they want to give you something back, it's really none of their business. That's the whole point of peer to peer. They should not be able to tell you who you can barter with and who you shouldn't, you know? However, as we know, the banking system, anything with, $5,000 or so is something they got to write down. It's pretty disgusting, actually. So, I don't really understand. I mean, sure, they could try to jack up the jail and chuck people under it for moving crypto around, but I mean, at what point do they have to say, look, nobody's doing anything here. It's not like you're funding terrorism or anything wacky, because it's all traceable on the blockchain. You can see stuff
Right.
move from one wallet to another wallet. It's not like, it's ironic that cash is the thing that most crime is paid for with, because it's untraceable.
Right. Yeah.
Blockchain is the worst possible way of sending your money without people knowing money has moved, because it's all
It comes with its own Excel sheet, doesn't it?
yeah, so an Excel sheet that basically says, "Hey, this is where money moved, right here." Anybody can see it.
It's literally an algorithmic freaking ledger. It cannot be. It can't be faked. You can't have somebody scratching out zeros, right? It's there. But
Now,
yeah, I
Johnny,
get it.
Now, Johnny, you seem to be pretty maximalist on Hex at the moment, and Richard Hart ecosystem. But one of the things Richard Hart says is, businesses cannot operate on this open ledger. They have to have a way to pay employees where people can't see all their transactions. There are a couple things that
That's true.
are out there. I don't want everybody. I bang out different wallets. I've used Tornado Cash before, and I have tons of wallets. So to obfuscate, my transactions when I just send donations to people and that sort of thing, I don't want them seeing all my transaction history. So I have a wallet set up for that, that I went through Tornado Cash with some funds. But there's a secret network, which is privacy by default. Dash, I think, has privacy by, I don't know if that's by default or if it's just a way, but there are certain products out there that allow for this, which is needed in the space. Privacy coins are actually needed. They just haven't caught on yet. Businesses aren't using crypto. People aren't using crypto in mass for day activities. So just some thoughts on that. Like, it's got to come. It has to come.
Yeah.
Well, before you start, Johnny, I'm going to interject this, and then I'm going to just let you carry on. But my biggest concerns are not necessarily privacy. Now, it's private as long as nobody knows my address. That much is kind of true, right? Now, I'm not saying people can't find it out, but my difficulty is the smooth flow of fiat currency in and out of the system. Period.
That's everybody's problem right now.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's
And I think it's the biggest problem.
That is the
Go ahead,
biggest
Johnny.
problem, because you've got the KYC of anything, whether it's crypto.com, whether it's Coinbase, whether whatever. They want to be able to control you. There is a switch there. That is the problem. There's a switch there. If you try to use Transact or Ramp, they can shut off your credit cards. I've had them do that to me, and it's like, look, I don't want this happening every month. I will get a new bank. So it's frustrating because they are making it difficult. Well, why are they making it difficult? Because it makes
Competitors.
obsolete. Plain and
Yeah,
simple.
because crypto is a direct competitor to the banks. They know it. They see the writing on the wall. Yes or no?
And you cannot make yield in the banks. If you're looking at a CD, you're looking at 1% over 10 years, and people are like, "Well, you locked your money up for 10 years." Well, yeah, I'll lock my money up for 10 years at 38%. Yeah, I'll lock my money up at 38%. It sure does beat the banks.
Hell yeah.
But
Sure.
Right.
The other problem is, we have people that are still of the lottery mentality because we're marketing to the crypto space. So we got a lot of people in the gambling mentality.
Sure.
Really, they want to put $100 in and they want to
They
pull a
want that
million
Lambo.
dollars out tomorrow. And
They want to get that
that's
Lambo.
not what we're trying to teach people. What we're trying to
Mm.
teach people is this is a way to store your money and gain yield on it over time, which is what saving was originally when it was profitable. Now it's not. We need a new mechanism for people to gain more of what they have instead of losing or risking it, feeling that they have to take some sort of gamble in order to gain wealth. And back in back in my parents' day, people didn't have debt.
Sure.
They would save and they would purchase things. Okay.
Yeah.
And we made debt very easy for people to obtain. Anybody can go get a credit card now, just about anybody, even if it's a 30% and you only get $500 on it. Money is easily handed out because we have changed to that digital currency. The bank is loaning you money that they do not even have, and then they
Mhm.
charge you interest on it. Okay.
Sure.
So in this environment where the bank is loaning you money that they don't have and charging you interest on it, we need something where you can save your money and earn more money. And that is a hard thing for people to grasp, but once they get it, the rules are going to have to change because nobody wants to play in the debt system for forever. It's you look, we wonder why crime gets bad. Here's a gun. The gun's $50. Go jack somebody else's stuff. Or you can do the right thing. Sign here. You owe us $150,000. And even if you go bankrupt, you still owe us $150,000. Thank you for doing the right thing and going to college. What are people
Sure.
going to choose? You see, the way
Just
the
as a
environment
caveat,
yeah,
I was going to say, just as a caveat, we in the UK we use the same analogy, but with a knife instead of a gun. But yeah, it's
knife
the
instead
same
of
thing.
gun.
It's the
Because
same thing. But
it's
yeah,
not readily available, but I
sure.
mean that's kind of the thing is people are forced the system as it is forces people to do the wrong things instead of the right things because the wrong things are so vastly easier than doing the right things, and even if you do the right things, you're not rewarded for it. So this financial system that we have here with Hex rewards you for doing the right thing, which is to delay gratification and save over time. And you will have more. You know that you'll have more. The code is designed so that you will have more coins. What their market value is isn't as irrelevant as the fact that you know that you have more of what you started with at the end, you know, and that incentivized behavior is very helpful because it shows people who didn't have a future that they have a future. They can look at their stake at the end of the night and go, there's more coins in there than I had to begin with. This is it's more than just saving. It's behavioral modification. It really is. And it's changed a lot of people's lives and the way that they think about things. And it's it's literally saved people from suicide. People that did not have things to look forward to can now at least look forward to the fact that they know that they have more coins. People don't understand how powerful that really is. And
Yeah.
it's you know
Well, I think the system's definitely going to need to change, and I think the mass adoption of this. Well, what I mean, we are so early to the game; it's not even funny. I mean, Rock was telling us earlier on in the stream that the fact that when the start of Ethereum, there was only Ethereum. I mean, maybe you want to reiterate what you were saying, Rock, about being early to this pulse chain game and the hex game, and literally how early we are. It's kind of humbling.
Well, I will do that. But first, what I will say in connection with what Johnny just said is the fact that we had this massive dump of all financial markets for reasons starting with world conflict at the end of February and transferring through to inflation and transferring through to two Fed announcements. One was we're raising rates a half a point. The second one, we're going to continue to raise rates until inflation is curbed, right? So at least from my perspective, those are the things that I saw as affecting our price to go down. But I was sitting on the deck of the ship going, calm sea, because every day, Johnny, I've got new tokens being minted or at least being allocated to my wallet, right?
That pain is not over yet. I don't think either.
I'm sure of that. Yeah, the Fed is going to continue to speak up. But anyway, I'll let you guys carry on. I'm going to jump out for a second to refresh my drink. Please enjoy. I will be back in 2 shakes.
There is
Yes,
going to be a bit of a power struggle. And what is interesting about that is with these CBDC scenario and the Fed's going to fight that because they are not the same entity, you see, and they are the entity that are in control. And if we're lucky, while they're fighting amongst each other on what's better and who gets to have control, we've got an alternative network. We've got crypto. But there will be a power struggle for what currency is going to be used. The Fed is not going to go quietly into the wind and just allow this thing to go.
True.
So there's other struggles ahead.
I think that what they need to kind of get on board and work out, first of all, how they're going to tax it all, and then
they'll just gank it
how
out
they're
of your
going to deal
account.
with it.
They'll just gank it out of your account. Oh, look, this person made $100. Let's take half of it because they can. The problem with programming money is who's programming it. That's the problem with programmable money is who's programming it. Because, these things do have off switches. It can be programmed to disappear. We've already seen this in crypto. There are coins that you cannot spend out of your wallet. Why? Because they programmed them that way. So you think you're buying something that has a value, and then you go to sell it, and it doesn't because you can't sell it because it was programmed that way. So you got to question on what you're buying and how it's programmed. And most people are not programmers. They're not going to read the code. We tell people all the time in Hex, read the code. Show me where the code hurts you. Read the code. But the problem is they don't read the code. They're not interested in reading the code. People do not only use the amount of education that they need to know to operate the device. You don't see people tearing their phone apart and trying to figure out how to build one, right? Why would you tear your phone apart and try to figure out how to build it if one already exists and if you just buy one, it works? And we spend a lot of time trying to educate and overeducate people and try to get them to understand on the level that we understand. And it's useless because they are not interested in understanding. They want to know if they push this button, what does it do for them? And that's all they care about. And that is why people will use these other currencies. That's why people will continue to get scammed, is because they don't have that need for knowledge. They literally, I tried to onboard this lady in the crypto, right? And she had her crypto.com app pulled up, and I was trying to get her to be able to switch her stuff over and everything and get herself some Hex. And she's looking at the phone and she goes, and buy crypto, $500. Like, what did you buy? She goes, I don't know. I bought crypto. This is really how people are. Why do you think they clicked the button and buy Doge? Because it was in front of their face. No other freaking reason. It was in front of their face. They liked the little dog picture. They heard somebody say Doge, 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 Doge 10,000 times. And they're like, yeah, Doge. Let me get some of that. It's the same damn thing that politicians do. Why do you think they stick their signs out in your front yard? Because even if you don't know who that politician is, when you're reading through that form, you see that name and you go, yeah, that sounds familiar. Check. That is the whole point of the signs in your yard. That is the whole point. And it works. It works. visibility, accessibility, affordability. Okay? That is why it works. Doge success had nothing to do with the code, had nothing to do with its use case, had nothing even to do with the dog picture. What it had to do with was it was available, it was affordable, and it was visible.
Sure.
That's what made it work. Anything that is available, affordable, and visible is going to sell. Period.
Yeah, go ahead, Tintop. You were going to say something.
I was going to say another point of Doge was, well, I was going to say a couple things, but people see that number bias and think, oh, well, if this goes to a penny, I'm a millionaire. If this goes, you know, it doesn't have to move that far.
We've all
That
checked
gambling.
out, haven't we?
People getting into crypto are gambling.
Mhm.
They're not investing, they're gambling. They
And
really
they can't
are.
tell you why it's going to go up. I can at least tell
No,
you
they
why it's
can't.
going to go up. It's going to go up if it's in front of everybody's faces and they just click the button
Right.
so they can think about it. And
Right.
and they do. It does work. The brand awareness, name awareness, these are all effective marketing strategies. People bought pet rocks and fidget spinners and God knows what else because everybody was doing it. It's that follower mentality. I argued with a guy about Doge and Shiv at the casino, and I was talking to him. He was a pit boss down there, and I was talking to him about it. He wanted to argue with me about Doge and Shiv being the future, and I'm like, dude, do you know how many lines of code it is? Do you know that? Here's another thing, right? Everyone likes to focus on Richard being the creator of Hex. Nobody cares. Nobody outside our little space cares. You know who made a hammer? You know who made your cell phone? Do you know
Well-
the engineer that designed your car?
To be fair, the ones that
Know
call
the
it a
architect
scam
of your
do.
house. When you buy a home, you say, okay, this is a nice place. I like it. But who built it? What kind of person was that person that built it? Nobody does that with anything else. It's purposely attacking the character because it's a vulnerability. It's something that they can exploit to say, I don't like this guy, so his product sucks. Well,
Sure.
I
Well,
like
I
to
mean,
say,
both.
I like to
both
say this.
Go on.
I like to say this, and I said Thomas Edison was a dick. Okay, Rock Edison's cool, but Thomas Edison was a dick. Okay, he electrocuted animals in the streets. Are you gonna stop using the light bulb? You gonna
Well,
stop using
that's the thing.
electricity?
No, no.
Okay,
Just stop
so-
playing guitar plugged into an
Not
amp.
playing your
No.
electric guitar, Rock Edison? Yeah. So I mean, this is the kind of thing that people don't understand. Is this argument over personality versus a useful tool. Look, a tool's useful, man. A hammer's either a weapon or a tool, depending on who's holding it and what their intent is.
Right.
The designer had nothing to do with the way the hammer is going to be used in the future. People talk about well, I'm going to buy this anonymous thing. I'm going to buy this anonymous thing, and this anonymous thing is safe. Okay, it could be a 12-year-old in mom and dad's basement that made that, and there has been such cases.
Yeah.
A 12-year-old is a billionaire now because they made something in mom and dad's basement, and y'all bought it because you thought anonymous founder was fine, right? They have no marketing experience. They have no roadmap. They have no idea what they're going to do with it. All they did was they made a thing, and people bought it. Okay. And Satoshi's an anonymous entity. He could be a serial killer for all anybody knows, and you're out there running around promoting his thing. What do you know?
Well, it's the same as like saying Henry Ford was a fierce anti-Semite, but you still buy the car, right? You still drive a Model T because it's kind of irrelevant because people are selfish. They don't care. They just want their car. They want their part.
People want things that work.
Walmart.
Things
Right.
that work and do what they're
Yeah,
supposed
exactly.
to.
Walmart.
And you don't need to know how to build an engine to drive a car. You don't. So it's kind of irrelevant. Is the tool useful? Does the tool do what it's supposed to do? The tool is hard programmed to always do what it's supposed to do because it's coded that way. It's designed that way.
Yeah.
It's immutable, which Bitcoin is not. Bitcoin gets upgrades. Ethereum gets upgrades. These other things get upgrades. And people, like I said, people don't read the code. They don't want to
Introduce
hear.
bugs.
They don't want to hear about spaghetti code. They don't want to hear that Bitcoin's an amalgamation of multiple pieces and parts that were put together as a prototype. You want to talk about being early in this field. What we're running around with is a lot of prototypes, a lot of ideas, a lot of concepts that haven't come to fruition. Hex is like the first complete product that actually does what it's supposed to do, and you don't have to worry about that. And that's fine. You build prototypes, you build things, you learn from your mistakes, you advance technology. Innovation is supposed to be improvement upon previous designs in order to create more efficiency. That is what technology is. You cannot run around with a Commodore 64 telling everybody this is the future, this is going to be the only computer you're ever going to need in your entire life. That is absolutely insane.
Johnny Chaos, sorry, Tin Top, please, you say what you're going to say. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, and we're still so damn early in this space for adoption and
evolution is
getting it to evolve. Yeah. And one thing before I got to go, but
okay.
My buddy was saying that MidFirst Bank in the States is super crypto friendly. So no two banks are the same. Like Chase, the big
it's called
banks,
what?
Sort of MidFirst.
Okay, I'm going to check that out. I'm pulling up a lot of Google search terms based on the stuff you've talked about. So thank you. Good for you.
Somebody else told me that credit unions are better for crypto too than the mainstream Chase, Wells Fargo, Bank of America banks
credit
for
unions,
onboarding.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They don't give a shit where you spend your money.
I've been issues with Bank of America shutting people off.
Well, I use Bank of America, and they've been great for me. I mean, my limits are where I need them to be. I can purchase with debit or ACH, whatever. But again, it's also has to do with the state you happen to be in and their regulations.
Yeah.
So these two things, sorting that out, good luck. There's only one way to find out. Give it a go and see how bad it feels coming in. But what I will say is that because of the fact that I've got people located here in China trying to deal with, first off, the bank they're with, then going, well, I could switch banks if I can sign up online, because there's no way these people are going to go to the U.S. to set up a bank account and they come back and do their business, right? Because they're here.
Well,
it's a nightmare.
The country-to-country thing, and especially with China, that's where you get into all those regulations and money transmitter laws and all kinds of bullshit.
Well, what really matters is where your bank is and where you're registering your exchange account or your onboarding fiat account. That's what really matters. And, if your bank is located in the state of Iowa, right, and you have a mailing address in the state of Iowa and you're outside of the United States, right, and you can prove those two things, then there are exchanges that can service you as long as the bank is not going to go, no, we don't want you to buy crypto with your credit card or your debit card because we're going to protect you from fraud. Yeah, right. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, what the hell's going on?
We're going to keep you in our fraud system. That's what they're saying. We need to keep you in our fraud system where we make up imaginary money and we tell you what's real and what you can use, and you are not allowed to pick outside our imaginary money. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what it is. Look, the crypto space is absolutely competing with the banks. And I mentioned this with HexHarrison earlier in this stream. But look, regulation with government regulation and the banks justifying their control over currency is, terrorism is bad and drug trafficking is bad and we must protect the general public by bullshit.
that goes back to what I was saying about the hammer. A hammer is a tool or a weapon, depending on who's wielding it. There is nothing wrong with crypto. They're trying to paint it as being a weapon, when in all actuality, it's a tool. It's a tool that allows us to get the job done easier and that's why they're trying to prevent you from using it.
Legacy finance is using fiat as the hammer to keep us from being the highest nail on the board. Yes or no?
Now I'm confused.
Well. Look, I mean, when you talk about finance being a tool,
Yeah.
look, the currency controls are the tool to again. There's a saying in China: the highest nail gets the hammer. Right.
Highest nail gets the hammer in China. I've not heard that one.
Well, the squeaky wheel
The
gets the
highest nail
grease.
amongst
That one I've
other
heard.
nails.
There you go.
The
It's
nail
just
that gets
it's just.
Yeah, the nail
It's
that
the
gets
same
stuck
thing.
out gets smashed down.
So,
yeah.
and I use that analogy because we were talking about hammer, but that's really the thing. It's like, no, I mean, I do think that there is a lot of suppression going on with regulations and controls and finding those in the name of protection ideals that allow us to control currency flow, right? Now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, never going to pretend to be, but what I see is what I see, and it's like, fuck. God damn you, motherfuckers. Please.
They cannot keep you. They cannot keep you from giving $10,000 cash to a friend. They
True,
can
but how am I
keep
go-
you from
how-
they by law, they will call that money transmitting if you sell a friend $10,000 worth of crypto. Why is that right?
But the question is, how am I going to do
Yeah,
that?
so-
How is said friend going to transmit money to me through the banking system without me become, let's see what kind of tax event is happening here, right? There's accountability in that, yes? And that's fine. I don't mind that as long as I'm actually doing something that's benefiting me monetarily. I don't mind paying the taxes on that. Trust me. So, but I start to feel implicated when I'm like, okay, look, you transfer here, I'll deal with this, transfer to you there. And all of a sudden I'm caught up in something that I'm caught up in something that could
This never happened.
right.
Not
But you see my point.
No, I
know,
see your point.
bank to-
Yeah. You cannot, you are not an intermediator. You cannot.
I can't be.
help your
I
friends.
can't be.
They have to do this on their own. You can help
I
them
know.
get set up, but you cannot legally buy the crypto for them.
I could do it without being caught up in a web of barbed wire trying to work my way out of it, right?
You
So
could get, with the laws the way they are right now, you would get in trouble for doing that. Let's say the friend gets mad because the crypto dives 50%. Now the friend says they want your money back. They want their money back, right? Well, now they got you over the barrel because you put yourself in a position where you have given that friend crypto for money, and that person now can blackmail you and say, "Oh, well, this money went down. I want my money back."
yeah, I know.
Well, if you don't tell me, then I'm gonna report you for being a money transmitter. So you got to think about that. You can't put yourself
Right.
Just no good deed goes unpunished.
Yeah. Well, and even potentially them as well. It's not even just me.
Yeah.
They could also get tangled, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, okay, transfer your money to another bank. Well, I need to open up an online account because I can't just trip on over to the U.S. because I'll never get back.
Good luck
It's just
doing
like,
that without going into a branch.
well,
Jesus.
or yeah, exactly. Or going into a branch and coming back and avoiding 21 days of butt stabs and government food in a hotel on your own dime. But well, anyway, listen, that's that is definitely not a standard problem. I know that. I know that, but it's just
Sure.
it's still frustrating. So. Anyway, Johnny Chaos, I have a question for you, if you don't mind me asking. I'm not sure if I saw. I saw on your Twitter feed or your Twitter posts. Did you come across with anything about fiat at all, or am I imagining it? Fiat, the platform, the protocol.
Yeah. So it's a fork of Aave.
Aave.
Yeah, it's a fork of Aave, and it's a leverage trading platform, which we do
Nope,
not
I don't
encourage.
agree. I don't agree with that. Maybe Aave is, but fiat isn't. Right? Now, it could be, but that's kind of the reason why I wanted to ask that question, because HexHarrison and I, we've been testing that out on testnet for 3 weeks or so. I do see opportunities for it outside of that traditional short, long, play leverage kind of thing. So, I had to interject that, just so you know.
But it is in essence a leverage trading platform.
Okay.
Which I don't recommend people leverage trade. I didn't say not use the platform. I general do not like platforms in general, because not your coins, not your crypto. Okay. If you are utilizing any sort of platform, you are taking a risk. Okay.
And that's what I wanted to get to. What do you think the risks of that are going to be?
Well, it's a website. It can be shut off at any point in time. And I'm not saying that it will be. Most things aren't. If they're not, if they're making money, why would they shut it off, right?
Is it not? Is it not just a front end to a decentralized contract? No. I might be seeing it wrong, which is why I'm talking to a bigger brain in mind.
So if you know what you're doing, you can interact with the contract through Etherscan.
Okay. So yeah, so it does it. So the front end is just the front end. The website is just a front end to interact with a contract on the chain, or a platform on the chain, or a piece of code on the chain. Is that what you think, Tin Top?
That's my cursory understanding of it.
Okay.
It lives on the chain. You can interact with it.
Do you move funds into the platform, or
yes, yes?
Move funds.
There is counterparty risk. Yes, there is counterparty risk.
Crypto. And so thanks for drilling into this, guys, but what would that counterparty risk be? Somebody's controlling my money that's not me. Is that really the basics? Okay. That's what I wanted to kind of get to.
It's like a centralized exchange. Centralized exchange is not necessarily going to take your money, but they can, right? So it's I'm just pointing out strengths and weaknesses. You know, it's not that I'm saying that anybody's doing anything malicious or there's something wrong with this particular code. I've not really dove into it, but I tend to stay away from platforms if I can in general.
Sure.
So I just don't really have that much of a personal interest in it. I do have a personal interest in it as far as when somebody is saying, you know, I'm going to short Hex, I would love to stuff that down their throat at that point and send them that direction, because they're being malicious and ignorant, and they need to be taught a lesson. So yes, I would absolutely say, go ahead, go short it.
Well, let me clarify a couple of things. And Tin Top, by the way, I know that you have stuff to do. If anytime you want to bow out, just bow out, you know, and just say, "Hey, I got to go." That's fine. I don't want to keep you longer than you need to, but I do want to point out a few things. First thing is that I've reached out to the kind of the front man for the project, which his name's Dylan, and I'm going to attempt to do a live stream with him and share our experiences testing it, because we test it daily. We go in there daily on testnet and just make moves, right? So we have at least somewhat of a user's experience on it. And then, but we're going to discuss our experience and pick his brain. And so that's one thing. We plan to hopefully do that sometime before the end of next weekend. And then the other thing is about the experience that we've seen from using it on testnet. Now, first off, everything right now on testnet, whether it's in PulseX farms or whatever, has APYs that are absolutely skewed and not real. We know that, right? You might earn 20,000 incentive tokens a day by, you know, putting liquidity into farms, right? But that's maybe not even real, because you don't know what those APYs are going to end up being once real money's at play. But one thing I noticed about fiat, I never looked at Aave. I don't know anything about it. I just am experiencing this from fiat on testnet. Now, They're saying they're limiting this to Richard Hart ecosystem tokens. Right now, there's obviously Pulse, PulseX, Hex. There's Helgo. There's Hedron, right? And there's USD.
USDC.
I don't know. We're trying to sort that out. I've seen a few things about it, but I think it's a Hexagon developed token that ties into the ecosystem.
Well, interesting.
Helga
note,
Rand.
I did see that come up, and the guy that just recently dumped is holding a large amount of that Helgo. So that is actually kind of interesting.
Well, I would say the thing that I know about Helgo is that I probably spent 5 minutes looking at it and said, nah, it's not for me. So I didn't look back at it. But anyway, so it's got this subset of tokens that you can use to interact with it. And it's got a deposit function and it's got a borrow function. It's got a collateralization level, and it's got, loan level. It's got APYs for depositing, and it's got APYs for borrowing, right? And those all kind of skew. Now, here's the thing. So what we have noticed is that we have found ways of using assets outside of that system, switching them into something, putting them in, depositing them, getting yield out of fiat from that token that might be at this APY compared to this APY for borrowing USDC or something else. So I do think, again, the APIs are skewed, and I hope you're following me on this, but it's going to be interesting to see what kind of hammer it is. I think there's potential there for it to give you options. And one of those options being, you and I talked about this, Johnny, the last time. How do I actually convert, Hex yield into life finance stuff, right? I got to pay my electric bill, whatever it is. Well, I do see the potential for this system to be able to allow me to take, I've ended a stake, I've got the yield, now what do I do with it? Sell it on the market? No. But we have all of these different ways now, and this, I think, is potentially one of them, to take that yield, maybe even convert it into something else through PulseX, depositing it onto something like fiat, borrowing against it, but as long as my deposit yields are staying ahead of my loan percentage APYs, should be a fairly safe play. And again, I'm speculating. I don't know. It's going to depend on what those APIs actually look at on launch.
People are always going to use the borrow and leverage system, and they like these intricacies of all these type of financial systems that the legacy finance has created, and they're going to play games and do this stuff. But
is that going to wreck me by using it
I
in the
don't
way I
know.
just described?
Anytime you've got counterparty risk, it depends on how these things are set up. The more complexity you add to something, the more point of failures that you have. I know that if I interact directly with the Hex contract, I'm going to have more Hex at the end of the day. Okay. I don't know if I send it to this wallet or that wallet, and I put it on this exchange or that exchange, what's going to happen to it at that point. The closest you can be to the source of the money is the better than trying to route it through these multiple paths to try to earn yield. So, I mean, all of these things can work, but you've got the question of intent, and then you've got the physical points of failure that could be in the code. So I'm not downing anything or saying whatever. These things are intriguing. Liquidity farming is going to be intriguing for people. Liquidity farming is going to be able to be utilized in a way that it couldn't be on the Ethereum network as a result of the fact that the gas fees were raised and literally crippled that whole liquidity farming potential. And there are some things that are going to happen on PulseX that are just going to be absolutely phenomenal that people are not taking into consideration whatsoever. And part of that has to do with the fact that, people like to complain about the OA. The OA has a lot of power to set the bar, to literally set the bar and create environments where you can earn yield that are going to be quite safe as a result of providing enough liquidity to stabilize pools and ratios in a way that people did not imagine could be done, because their intent was always to extract value. And Richard's intent is to create the biggest, baddest thing you've ever did see. With
Yeah.
the most.
Because you mentioned that in one of your
the
previous
most
tweets about
availability.
having a hex pair
Mhm.
and being able to. I remember you mentioned that in your previous tweet.
Yeah,
And
see,
could you explain that a little bit more?
so the OA can permalock stuff because they have more coins than everybody else. If you have 50% of the supply circulating, you've got a problem because you've got random actors that are earning interest that can move and shift things around. But if you own the majority of the supply, you can pretty much permalock anything anywhere you want, because nobody has enough coins to change the equation of X times Y equals K. Nobody has enough coins to break that lock. So Hex could be 1-to-1 permalocked to where nobody has enough coins to break that bonding, because only 10% are in circulation, and that's, well, actually, like what, 15% is in circulation and 10% of that is staked. So only 5% of the circulation exists. So it's absolutely impossible for people to trade enough coins to break that liquidity pair. Okay. Now, market price is a different thing, but to break the liquidity bonding of 1-to-1 ratio, you can't do it. Same with Pulse and Pulse X. That liquidity could be set 1-to-1, and that liquidity can be perma-bonded at 1-to-1. Here's where it gets interesting. When you add that money that is coming in, that pair is completely different. That pair becomes the pair that sets what everything's prices become in whatever that stable coin is. Okay. And then you have Hart's Law, and you've got all of these coins that are starting at fractions of a penny that can really only go up. And because of their liquidity bonding, all they can do is drag each other up stupidly. Also, creating a 1-to-1 ratio with a stable pool that you cannot move the peg creates a perfect stable environment for liquidity providers to not have impermanent loss and can continue to make yield to the tune of 3% in an environment where people are trading high volume, high numbers, dumping their bags. Who gets the money? The liquidity providers do, because they are now dumping their bags to the tune of hundreds of millions of coins at 3%. Those deflationary coins are being distributed to the liquidity providers. Secondly, what else does a 1-to-1 ratio do? It allows the OA to remove the people that are dumping their bags and removing them from power permanently, because they are not selling their coins. They're only providing liquidity with them. So that takes coins out of circulation. So yes, this is way bigger than anybody thinks. And when you have an architect that is building things in such a way that cannot fail, because of the things that people hate about Hex, because the things they hate about Richard, is exactly why it's going to succeed, because they don't understand how to build a product without value extraction. This is not value extraction. This is distribution in a way that has never been done before.
Johnny Chaos there dropping some truth bombs to us.
Yeah, Johnny. I mean, that's insight that, at least, I probably wouldn't think about without having this conversation.
Well, I can't
Look,
prove that's what's going to happen, but that's exactly what I would do.
Oh, well, I trust you.
Fair enough.
Let's just say I trust your insight over mine, just because of the fact that your insight into this stuff and what you pick up from your history of live streams with Richard and the other people talking about is much different than mine, right?
Well, all you have to do is listen to what Richard's saying. What did he say? One, here's your clue. Clue number one. I don't want Hex cheap on any chain. How do you fix that? The OA can force parity. It can force parity because the market will adjust to the ratio. What is Hart's law? What did he tell you? The bonding of two pairs and their liquidity track, right? What is he telling you? What has he been telling you all along? People are not picking it up, okay? Why did Unisocks go up to $40,000? Because they were bonded to something else that went up in price. Therefore, in result, you ended up with socks that are $40,000, even though those socks are not worth that $40,000, because you can trade them for a thing that is now worth $40,000 worth. That is what makes those socks worth that. What do you think happens to tokens that start at 100 or 100? Is it a 1/10,000th of a dollar? 1/10,000th of a dollar. What do assets that start at 1/10,000th of a dollar do when they're liquidity bonded at their lowest possible point?
Answer?
What do you think?
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I'm pretending for our listeners.
No, see, the thing is, you can't really. It's hard to talk about this stuff because, first of all, I'm not writing the code. I'm not dropping in the liquidity. I know what the play should be, but I'm not in control of it. But, however, knowing that is the play, knowing what that can do, if the OA doesn't do it, whales will.
Okay. And there's the kicker.
There's
It's
the
obvious
kicker.
that the OA does
the
it.
OA could literally start out the pools at the ratios, and all the whales will come in. And because why? Because it's a stable pool for liquidity farming. There's no permanent loss. Okay. What are you going to lose? You're going to lose a hex to gain a hex? What? You're going to get 2 hex over here and 1 hex over here? What are you going to lose with a hex to hex ratio? What are you going to lose with a pulse hex to pulse chain ratio 1-to-1? What are you going to lose? You're going to gain one or the other. You want them both. How are you going to lose?
Sure.
That's that. So, well, if that's set up the way that it is, obviously people are going to pour in and want to provide liquidity. Now, here is the detriment, because I look at all sides of things. Here's the detriment. You see, in a USD value pair with hex, okay, if the pool is too large, you can't have price movement. But if you're trying to bond 2 pairs together, a large pool that nobody can match creates permabonding.
Right.
But you
explain for the people at home. Explain permabonding. What do you mean by that? Permanent bonded together. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. You can't. You don't have enough coins to change the ratio.
Right.
No one has enough coins to change the ratio. So in order for the price to double, you have to like double or is it 4x? In order to 4x the price, you have to double the liquidity. So to change that bonding, if the liquidity starts out at 4x what anybody owns, it's impossible to change that pairing. Now, the US dollar value of that pairing can change if you have another pair that's in the US, but to change that pair, you can't. And what that does is that forces the market to arbitrage the prices to parity. Because if you're getting 1 hex over here and it's only 10 cents, and 1 hex over here and it's worth 20 cents, you're going to buy the 10-cent hex to move it over to the bridge to trade it for the other thing so that you can get double your value, right? So what it creates is it directs the market to buy the cheaper thing to trade it for the more expensive thing that balances the market. So that's why I've never been concerned, so people are like, where's the cheap hex? Now's the cheap hex.
I agree with you there.
Exactly.
Johnny, I want to ask you this question about something.
You're breaking up there again.
Yeah, I know. So part of the reason why I have not been around is because I'm right now fighting with the Chinese firewall to get my
that's Rock Edison behind the Chinese firewall.
I'm literally doing technical battle right now make sure the bandwidth stays stable. But I'm going to ask this question. And do me a favor.
Dude.
Send
He's literally like,
Man. You sound
if you send sweaty link.
we got to do something, Rock. Because
write your comment in the text box below, my friend,
Yeah.
because you sound like Chewbacca on acid.
Hey, now he's frozen.
I just told John earlier that I hadn't would sort it out.
Is he typing in the comments or private comments? Let's see. I got
I'll send him a carrier pigeon for now. Jesus.
I'm gonna do it on the stream. Hang on.
You got a courier pigeon nearby.
I was gonna say. Oh man, the joys of international streaming. Anyway,
We weren't trying to
Well,
interrupt you, Rock. We were not getting any of it. Any of it.
You guys carry on.
yeah, we're gonna have to carry on because obviously we need a vocoder to work out what you're saying. But you sound like an 80s dance music hit.
Doesn't it just make you want to do a lot?
So Johnny,
Yeah,
So
dive
one
in
of
the
Rock's-
savers, tin top.
so one of Rock's questions was onboarding people in the U.S. I got a question for you because I've made a couple just to play around small HSI stakes that were 1 T-share out 15 years, out 10 years, and that sort of thing, just so I could list them on OpenSea or something like that and kind of help promote Hex, you know. But any thoughts on doing a 1 T-share stake? Like everybody tells me that's such a mistake, but I figure it's a promotion. And, you know, people are going to see that on OpenSea, or it will have some kind of value. Whether that value is super extractable or not is debatable. But
I wouldn't go crazy on them. I think this is another market that allows you to get exposure to by how the NFT markets are going to work out is going to be interesting once PulseX launches. So
well, the underlying question is onboarding new people. Is 1 T-share enough?
well, we're getting an echo. We're getting an echo here.
Yeah, I think that's Rocket. He's just unplugged his headphones. I think that's what that is.
Yes. Oh
Yeah,
shit! I
come
forgot
back in,
to
brother. You're
fucking
feeding
mute.
back into the stream.
Why are we
On a
getting an
vocoder.
echo?
I think Rock Edison's Bluetooth headphones disconnected, but anyway.
Okay. And now we can't hear Rock at all. He
Yeah,
appears
that's
to be
okay.
moving.
Yeah, he's listening. So sorry, Tim. What were you saying?
So here. Well,
Oh, here
hold
we
on.
go. Yes.
Here's what happened. I went to go refresh my drink. I forgot to mute my mic before I left the room, at which point in time my earbuds disconnected, played the sound through the speakers, and fed back in. It's
That's
happy
exactly
hour.
what I said.
It's happy hour. I'm sorry.
It's happy.
Well, you
hour.
sound
All
good
right,
now.
so what were you
Yeah,
getting
you sound
at?
perfect now. So that
Okay,
helps it.
okay.
Carry on.
Okay. Okay, Johnny, I hope that this comes through. But so I'm trying to help figure out how I can help HexHarrison pump his hex bags after launch. Now, I'm theorizing, I'm speculating that it might be a good move for him to possibly take yield from an end stake, bridge it over after the bridge opens, and use that E-Hex to purchase Hex, and maybe get a better ratio and pump his P-Hex back.
Hex back. Yes.
I don't think
In
you're gonna
that
get,
way.
I don't think you're going to get it. I think you're going to get it. What I think is you're going to get a 1-to-1
1-to-1.
ratio, which
1-to-1,
what that
okay.
means is it does not do you any good to sell your
Sure.
Hex and then bridge that US dollar over
I
to
see.
buy P-Hex. That's not going to
Right.
you
Same thing.
So
Same
you think
thing.
it's going to get to parity that quickly?
I think so.
Yeah, I
well,
agree.
I was watching Hot Pro and Kool-Aid on the stream with the Aussie girls, Crypto, Tic Tac Crypto, and Kaz. I can't remember. But those girls, by the way, they got a great stream. It's very informative. They're searching for truth, and they're getting it. But anyway, Kool-Aid and Hot Pro were bouncing back and forth on that very thing. And Hot Pro said, look, they'll find parity. It may be down, it may be up. It may happen in the first few seconds. It may happen in a day or two. So that's why I'm asking Johnny Chaos. I'm getting a second opinion on that. And I think you're right.
I don't know where the price is going to be.
Yeah, but
What
it's
I
the
can
parity.
say- What I'm
it's the
saying
ratio.
is the ratio
Yeah.
is what's going to matter the first day.
Right.
See, the first couple days, the ratio could be set. Parity would be a result of people trading back and forth, trying to get a better deal, which is what everyone's going to run around and do. And a lot of people are going to stupidly dump their EHEX price, okay, in order to try to get a stable coin to move it over to buy PHEX because they think they're going to get. When do you
So
buy?
they're gonna. So you're saying they might sell EHEX,
Yeah.
try to move stablecoin over, or let it get it doubled. No, not get it doubled over. They'll try to move it over and go. What? Who would do that? Why?
They're going to screw themselves. It happens. Trust me.
Okay.
One of the theories I heard is stable coins are going to have be trading at slight premium over on PulseChain because a lot of people are going to want to dump their shit coins and just get out,
Yep.
and they will
Yeah,
pay that
maybe.
premium
Yeah,
just
yeah,
to
yeah.
leave, just to don't let the door hit you or the good Lord split you, kind of thing. Get out of here.
But,
But buy my
That's
stable
gonna be
coins
the
at
title.
$1.10.
But see, USDC is the stable coins are not going to be 1-to-1. They are not, because you would not waste your money on trying. It costs the OA $0 to create a stable 1-to-1 ratio with Hex and Hex and PulseX. Costs them $0. Now, if you pair up USDC with USDC on the PulseChain, that could cost you money.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No,
And
their stable coins on the P stable coins are going to be worthless. Absolutely worthless.
so
It's
why
the
would
bridged
people go
over.
there
It's
trying
the
to trade
bridged
them?
over
Yeah.
EUSDC that's going to be trading at a. So the reason I say this is because we see this on other chains. We see the ARB bots not doing a great job on like XDAI with the Hex price because there's such low liquidity.
Mhm.
So over on XDAI, Hex was bridged over. Hex was trading much higher with super slippage. I mean, you couldn't buy
Oh, yeah.
$200 worth of Hex without incredible slippage over on XDAI. So it wasn't worth the ARB opportunity to buy it on XDAI and bring it over.
Mhm.
And we see that ARB opportunity. So these bots that are going to ARB it, I think, with Hex and EHEX and PHEX will be set up really nice because of the benevolent OA. But other shit coins, there's not going to be a chance to make money for the little guy. Maybe the big guy, but the liquidity is the issue. Like you were talking about earlier, Johnny, with these bonded pairs. If there's no liquidity on PulseChain for Chainlink, you're gonna get so much slippage, it's not gonna be worth it.
Yeah. So and one of the other things that Richard would say, wouldn't you want to trade the coins with the most liquidity?
Yep.
How would he guarantee that certain coins would have the most liquidity on his new exchange? So the clues are there, guys. The clues are all there. They've been
Clues are
spelled
there
out.
with DAI and
I'm
Hex.
not
Yep.
telling anybody anything that hasn't been kind of stated.
Right.
The only thing is I just kind of put the pieces together on what would be optimal, what would be the optimal play in order to secure the network, secure the ratios, and force parity as a result of creating those bonding pairs. And I didn't know that I wanted to tell people this because it's like, hey, it's almost like, look, if you don't understand where this is heading, should I even say anything? Because I mean, it doesn't
Well, if
matter. what I
if you're on
say,
a Rock
it's still
Edison
gonna
and
be the
Hex
same.
Harrison stream, you're hardly telling anybody anything, so it's fine. All right.
Anonymity,
That's what I'd say.
baby. This is the anonymity stream. So go for it,
Yeah.
Johnny Chaos.
And again,
Yeah, Johnny.
What's your
again,
thing?
People that know already know, dude. You're not breaking any
That's-
secrets, and the
it's
noobs
true.
aren't gonna
It's true.
partake. You know.
I'm just about to dox my seed phrase on this stream, so it's all good.
Well, no, isn't that your seed phrase? Isn't that your seed phrase on the QR code on your screen there? I think it is.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, yeah.
Go ahead, Johnny. Sorry.
It's actually dotted around on my shelf, so if you zoom in, you can kind of pick them all out.
Yeah.
Just go for it. Knock yourself out.
the question is, if you could earn, 3% of the fees, part of that pool, whatever, you got to think that if people are dumping massive amounts in big numbers, kind of like that, you look at the Hedron numbers. You see how big those Hedron numbers are? And when you get a percentage of those fees, you're getting millions of coins, right?
Sure.
So imagine if you could just set in a position, it's way more profitable than being a validator or even being a delegator. It's way more profitable if that pair is stable for you to just sit there and collect both those fees and those massive amounts of coins, because it's 3% of the number of coins that pool is collecting. So that is where you get these haywire, stupid numbers. And, in my opinion, I'm not selling any of it for 2 years. I am just going to sit there and build my stack like I would, you would never believe, because we already see the behavior in Hex. Oh, I got 10 million Hex. Let me dump that on the market. You stupid son of a gun.
Thank you.
You have any idea how bad you are? You're like getting the worst possible price in that possible time frame, but that's how they behave. Okay, we already know that's the behavior. The same people are now into the Pulse network, and they think that they're going to sell for 10x from the start. They will all compete to sell 10x from the start, thinking they're all going to get 10x. And guess what? You are now selling at the same time everybody else is. There's only one 10x to be had, and the rest of y'all are going to sell at a loss because you thought it was bright to dump day one. You know who is going to make the money? The people that are not selling anything, setting in a liquidity pool that is perma-bonded at 1-to-1, collecting a big-ass fee for all the stuff that you're dumping.
The guy's currently in this stream.
You are never, ever going to get back in at the price that you got in at.
Right.
Never.
Yeah. Well, I will say this, that HexHarrison and I both have we built our Hedron bags early with claims plus some buy-in, much lower than the price that it's at now, with the one intention. Hang on to it.
Hold.
Just let it do its thing.
Let it,
Right?
let it
I
simmer.
mean, it made sense to me that early on it would not come close to to having its peak performance, basically. Let's put it that way. I was surprised that people were buying it, to be honest. I was just like, what? Did that surprise you, Johnny Chaos, the way that price pumped from buy-ins?
What I'm noticing is that the same rules still apply. People do get drawn to the shiny objects. I guess it was more surprise to me that people were like telling other people to buy it. Because right now, the way that that's set up, and I mean, it's an expansion set. Okay.
Yes.
It's an expansion set. First, people need to learn the first set of rules before you can add that expansion set to the game. And this is always the problem. So the Hex group is a subset of a subset, right? And then you've got another subset on top of that. So your marketing is to a smaller group of a smaller group of a smaller group. So the people that are going to utilize this particular tool are only going to be people in the Hex community because it's only awarded to Hexicans. So you've got a smaller group to start with. Then you're going to have, so you've got a limited space of adoption. Now, as people learn the Hex code more and they understand the Hex code more, then they can add on that expansion set and they could go, there's some other use cases here and stuff that we can do with this. the key here is where Hedron hurts is the adoption or the need for the HSI stakes or the borrowing platform that they've got set up. I mean, you can borrow lots of Hedron, but you can't sell it for anything right now. So what are you really borrowing? You're actually just at a higher risk borrowing. Because of these price levels right now, it doesn't make sense to borrow anything. Just buy the coin.
I agree.
Later on down the road, when we do have like Mintra and stuff on PulseX, and we've got our own platform to sell NFTs, and people want to sell their stakes, or they, later on, some of that functionality may be used, but right now people don't need that expansion set, and they're not really adopting the extra functions.
Not yet. Not yet.
But so it's
the engine.
It's a risk.
The engine of something like Hedron hasn't even really started.
No.
To turn.
You're looking at least 3 years before you're really going to see any kind of adoption on that platform or interaction, and that's solely based on how well Hex does. We need more. We need more people in the Hex to understand the primary code in order to have interest in those expansion sets. And
where did Pulse and PulseX feed into that, though? Because I would contend that people who have been drawn to Pulse and PulseX have a pretty good chance of segueing into Hex. Yes. Or what do you think? Yeah,
I would. Well, because it's going to be visible.
Right.
And that goes back to what I was yelling earlier about visibility. See, we've actually created Hex is the premium coin with the premium liquidity. That's what Richard was saying he's going to do. Hex could be like their stable coin. The people that are coming into PulseX, Hex could literally be like their stable coin. It doesn't move that much, really. Okay? So it could be like the new stable coin over there, because it does have the most liquidity. So these things can be set up. It's a matter of how the architect builds it.
Yeah, exactly. And
by the way, all a stable coin is based on the code that it's stable, and based on the way the pools are set, the liquidity, how it's backed, whatever the algorithms, whatever. This is created, right? You have to understand we're working in a realm of programmable money. And this money can be programmed to succeed based on how you set it up. There are
who's the designer? Who is the designer? And again, I've said it time and time again. I mean, I'm a designer by trade. Maybe not crypto, which I would never pretend to do, but Richard Hart is a designer. I understand the mentality and I recognize it. He's a designer. And when we design something, we don't design that stuff to fail, right? We don't. Oh, is that biscuits? Is that biscuits and gravy, or is that a new camera?
No, this is my watch, guys. This is when.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
okay. Live on. Live on the HexHarrison and Rock Edison Random Happy Hour. Let's check that out.
Richard Millet. Miele, isn't it? Richard Miele.
Hey, look, you get my live unboxing, like literally.
Beautiful.
Just delivered to me.
I'm feeling like a rock star right now.
Here we go.
Cha 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 cha. Oh, that's the one you tweeted about.
I can get it. I'm gonna have to turn off my background. It's never freaking
It's
works.
anti-green screen watch. Oh.
Damn it!
There we go. Nice.
Damn it!
That's
Nice.
is that's the one you tweeted about, right?
Yes, it's here.
Yes.
Here.
Take
Beautiful.
it out of the box and do a up to the lens. Do a Richard Hart styling.
We'll try that.
There you go.
There we go. Nice.
That's a beauty. It's a beauty. Oh yeah.
That is totally my kind of watch.
nuts.
By the way,
I'm
guys.
in Chaos Town.
By the way, guys, you see my really awesome watch here. Everyone's going oogle and ah. Do we even?
Does it keep time?
Damn thing. I paid $70 for it. How about that?
Woohoo! Johnny Chaos, we are kindred, my friend. We are kindred. Yes. Look at this.
$70 for my watch. That's
I'm gonna flex my
Edison's
watch.
rocking his Hello Kitty watch.
This is no. This is a Xiaomi freaking $20 watch that I wear every day. It counts my steps, it monitors my heart rate, and it does other stuff that I don't care about.
Tells you when you can have a heart attack.
Yeah, but that's it. I don't know. I'm just not a watch guy, but that's cool, man. $70 watch. I'm
right.
with you on that.
Nice.
That's right.
I'm
Am I
never
gonna buy a
going
watch
to
that costs
spend
as much
money
as
on a
car?
watch.
Hell no. Am I going to buy a watch that costs as much as a house? No, I'll buy a second house.
If you ever see me wearing an
Yeah. expensive
expensive watch, you can be sure that it was a gift.
Right?
That's the way it works. I will spend watch money on building a kitchen.
My
that works exactly
new
how I
one's
want
coming
it to
from
work.
Australia as we speak.
Tin Top, how you doing, brother?
Good. My girl just woke up.
Oh,
Nice.
she said, "What the hell are you doing, MFer?"
Say hi to you guys. Say hi. Hi.
When are those crypto games you promised me?
Hello, fellow Hexicans. How are you? So we got to we got to enjoy the
Good
wake
morning,
up
Tin
call
Top
for
lady.
Tin Top's lady. Thank you for saying hello to us. We don't deserve it, but we are worthy.
You know, got a little pearl and a cool box.
We're blessed.
And it doesn't say Louis Vuitton on it. It didn't cost me an arm and 3 legs. You know.
Okay, hold on a second. I gotta do no. Okay, Johnny, you flexed. Now I gotta flex. I think this is gonna be surprising for Rock Edison. I'm gonna go into my closet. I'm gonna grab a shirt that my wife came home with 3 days ago. Yep. Hold on. She just walked in the door. My wife also came in.
She said just walked in the door. That's a nice. Oh, and do you need to adjust the strap, or are you straight out of the box onto the wrist?
I don't know, man. I'm trying to
Because
figure out
I
if
need
I
to
can get it
adjust the
on here.
straps on mine.
It's a little loose.
Because I've
but
got
it's loose. It's not.
Yeah,
it's
you
not
need to
fine.
cut
I
the
think I
link
can
out
take. I think I can take a link out of it. I got small wrists.
yeah. You need that wrist action. That's for sure.
Sure, that's true.
What are you showing us, Rock? Hello, you've got to turn your mic off.
I know
Sorry,
I turned
I've got
my
to take
mic
this call,
off. I had to turn my mic off because the dogs were calling in. This is a live stream.
So it's live screen?
My
Wait,
my flex is doggy clothes. Ooh, it's good, right?
It's our babies. She made it.
The things that make us happy are different than other things that make other people happy.
Come, sissy. Yeah, come, sissy.
So I'm gonna anyway. Yeah, my wife just got home, which means the dogs are partying harder than I am. So
Nice.
please feel free to go outside of the studio.
Come, babies, let's go outside. Please.
I'm offering her an
my
exit.
hair. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I haven't bought
Anyway.
anything with my
Try
Hex
this.
games yet.
Okay, wait.
But
Let's go try this
but I am going to bring a flex here in just a second after she goes out of the room and the dogs quiet down. That will not rival Richard Hart's flexes, but it will be similar. Okay. No.
Okay.
I think
Some kind of
I
Red
think
Bull.
we've terrorized Richard enough for his flexes. I mean, I've been being funny about that with the look, guys. I got a Porsche right here.
Guys, keep in mind I live in China, right? That's a Louis Vuitton black fucking Rock Edison shirt. That's what that is.
Jesus.
That
Nice.
is LV, baby.
Yeah, the odds of me spending more than $20 on a shirt, whether I've got $100 million in the bank or not, is about zero.
And you're absolutely
Yeah.
right. And as I said with the watch, if you see me wearing an expensive watch, it's because somebody bought it for me.
Right.
I didn't buy this shirt My wife bought it.
It's all relative. We all love
If my wife bought
gadgets and
me
gizmos.
a shirt that costs, a couple $100s, I would make her take it back.
I'd prefer to buy $100 crimp tool with my games.
Yeah, there you go. Strong
In Germany.
Yeah, I haven't
we all geek
spent
on
any of
different
my
things.
hex gains. I see what they're doing with our money, and it's basically catch as much as I can and get it into hex.
Yeah,
Just
that's
pumping
my
it in.
If
That's
you
now.
stick with that plan, you're going to be good until the day you die, my friend.
But I think
hope
the
is
real thing
not
is
to.
what happens when you have the surplus, right? That will allow you to have that freedom of choice, yacht or castle. I'm not sure. Let me think about it. But I mean, if I've always said with Rock Edison, look, Rock Edison music. I love to make music. What is my ideal for where Rock Edison might crescendo? The Grammys. Am I going to go to the Grammys? Who fucking knows? Probably not. But guess what? That's my fucking vision. One day I'm going to just keep going that way. I'm going to keep going that way. That's what I know.
I was going to say, you might be somebody's +1. I don't know.
No, but you get it, right? Do I have any delusion like I'm going to be on the Grammy stage singing a Rock Edison tune? No, I'm probably not. But I ain't going to stop trying. I'm not going to stop trying.
We all aim for the stars.
Right? Yeah, and it's the same thing, castle or yacht. I don't know. I have to think about it.
I like the castle because you fortify the walls and keep everybody out.
Yeah, well,
out.
being from England, we have a lot of those.
And don't forget, firing at your neighbors with a cannon from a parapet. That's a pretty cool thing.
That's pretty awesome. I want to get a bunch of those spot dogs and put some laser beams on their freaking heads.
Hot dogs. Did you say hot dogs?
Spot dogs. The spots.
Oh, spot. I'm like hot dogs with laser beams. That sounds good.
Spot. I need to say it with the right accent so you understand it. Spot dogs.
Oh, dude.
So we were listening to a Spaces earlier, one of those Twitter Spaces earlier, and Hexarca was on there, and he was really going on about some utopian financial Marxist economist stuff, which was fine. It was all good. But he's like, but he starts this little conversation, and it's like, so you're on a desert island. You've got a bag of jewels, and silver and gold and jewels, and you have to choose between that and a canvas and a brush. My mind went to fucking hot dog, not canvas and brush. I'm like, give me a fucking hot dog. Goddamn.
Hot dog and a shovel.
Value is a very strange thing. It's value in itself is a human construct, and most people cannot wrap their brain around value. Value has to do with having the ability to trade for something you need at that time. Okay, so for instance, sure. There was a guy that stole like millions of dollars, and then he about froze to death and died. So he ended up burning the millions of dollars in order to stay warm. You find out what your needs are really, really quick.
Sure.
When you are actually in distress, right? So in our world where cash is accepted, people spend a lot of time chasing that money, chasing that cash as if it means something. But really what it comes down to is that is a unit of exchange in order to purchase the things that we need. People don't understand the difference between needs and what?
What I want to say, I do have to interject here because my view on this is so fundamentalist and so basic. But value is the thing that allows you to freely flow on your path through life with the least amount of resistance. That's how I view value. Now, sometimes that comes in the form of food. Sometimes it comes in the form of a hot dog. I will not be happy today unless I have a hot dog.
Sometimes it's a queue at the TSA.
Right.
Well, it's
So-
funny because when we're in abundance, we take everything for granted. You know,
Yes.
you don't
right.
realize how valuable water is until you don't have it. You know,
Sure.
you just
Right.
you start taking things for granted. Money is, currency, cash, whatever. It's just a unit of exchange to get those things that we need.
Lose your internet connection for 1 hour at 4:30 a.m. when you're fucking browsing porn. See how valuable your internet connection is.
I think
I'm
I
not.
think people have lived a long time before internet and porn.
Well, yeah,
I
but
think now we
again,
know.
but again,
Probably be able
that's
to carry on with their lives just fine.
But that is the point, though. That is the point, though. It's about the taking for granted stuff. It's like, it's not gone until it's gone. You don't miss it till it's gone. And yeah, you mentioned it with water, and it's a good example, right? It's also the same exact equation as not having a hot dog on a desert island. What are you going to crave? What are you going to need? Is it a canvas and brush, or is it silver, gold, and a canvas, or silver, gold, and jewels? What are the choices? What are you going to gravitate towards? Like, fuck, give me a double fucking cheeseburger. Or
Yeah, you're not gonna be munching on a bar of gold and chewing on some cash. If you're hungry,
Yeah.
it doesn't serve that purpose. Where it serves the purpose is it's something that you could trade if you had the ability to, or somebody to trade with. So really, value comes from the ability to trade, the ability to transition one thing from that one thing that you have into that one thing that you need. That's what value is. And
yes,
a medium of
Right.
exchange is something that translates that value. And that's what currency is. It's a medium of exchange that is openly acceptable, that people can use to trade for the things that they need. So this is
Yeah.
really a deep human construct, and most people don't understand it. It's just like I was watching Robert Kiyosaki. He's like, but that thing's digital. Where does the value come from? Where do you get it? He's like, I like this because this is hard. This is real stuff. Well, it's all made up. All of it's made up. In a tribe where there are diamonds in the rivers, right? And they can just reach in and grab handfuls of diamonds. That doesn't have any value to them.
but
They're
but
just
but
like,
the
"Hey,
question.
here, I got plenty. Take a couple."
Unless they turn it into something valuable for themselves that allows them to go on that path, that
Right.
allows it to make that path easier, which is, again, why we would,
Well, a
sell
diamond is just a
anything to
rock.
pay a bill,
A
right?
diamond
But,
itself is just a rock. I'm not buying pet rocks, guys.
well, yeah, but again, but you said it, and I think it's true. The value of it is how you can utilize that thing to somehow enhance your path on the road to living a life that is minus pain and suffering. Yes, I mean it is fundamental, right? Because I think it's all relative, which is why bartering works. Because what makes my life work, I may not have. What makes my life work, you
gold
may have.
valuable? Because you can trade gold for cash. Because you can't take a gold bar into anywhere and scrape off some gold and go, here, you're paid. You can't do that, right? So
Right.
and it's hard to transport. It's heavy. Can you walk around with a 55-pound gold brick in your pocket? No, you can't. Do they make
No.
little silver cards that you could say are worth $100? Yeah, sure. And there was coin clippers back in the day where they clipped bits of coins off because they were trying to say that it was the metal that made the coins valuable and not the coins. Well, in all actuality, it was the coin that had the value because the coin was what was accepted. It wasn't really what it was made out of. We've got
Gold-
all forms of tokens.
Gold-
Currency, the US dollar is a token that represents that unit of account in your bank account. It's a token. In essence, a cash is a token that represents the value that we are assigned by our banks.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Golden diamonds. And I think you and I talked about this a little bit, but golden diamonds, their value started historically through the, early days of human evolution as pretty things.
but as a medium, but
you could get
they
food
were
for them.
exchange. They were a medium of exchange because people would accept them. Try to get somebody to accept the gold and silver coin now, right? What are you going to do? You're going to take it to a pawn shop and sell it at a discount? Because that's what you're probably going to do. It's not really, look, I collect a lot of stuff that is not worth anything to anybody else, but it's worth it to me.
What had more utility back in the Neolithic and even future age? Tin,
sometimes
gold.
Shells could be.
Tin, gold, sometimes shells, but tin probably had the most utility in the Bronze Age because guess what? Because you could make bronze out of it, which could make right. So I think it's just a good fundamental way to think about that. But at the end of the day, I think there are two necessities that we cannot live without, or three. Let's say three: food, air, water. Those are the most valuable things on the planet. Yes or no?
And fire.
Now,
without the fire, you can't cook the food.
Well, I was getting
why
there.
Why are they valuable? I'll tell you why they're valuable.
You can't live without them.
Because they give you time.
You can't live without him. Tin Top, you coming back, brother? I think Tin Top, we lost him for a minute. Now he's back. But but now, if you fast forward a little bit through evolution, now it's not necessarily air because we know how to sustain it, water, all those things. Back in the day, you weren't going to build a settlement around a place in the desert without water, right?
Right.
You weren't going to do it without a place you could not sustain food, right? Right. You were not going to do it without a place that you could not produce the tools to do food production. Today, that has all changed, and probably since, I guess we started burning until we started burning things, then energy. At that point, I think energy became the most important commodity. And again, that's just my own gin and tonic analysis. Thank you very much. But power, to me, power.
Energy has
energy,
a dollar cost to it, right? And that's kind of where the Maxis lean when they try to defend the proof of work thing, is the fact that because energy is being burnt, because there's waste, there's
I don't
gain.
buy it.
But here's the thing. There does not have to be waste to be value. People don't understand.
I don't want to interrupt, but I do have to say that I believe the reliant on energy of any financial anything is a weakness, not a strength.
That is true.
That's
especially if you have a centralized point of failure that can be EMP'd at any point in time.
Well, not just that, but guess what? We're going to raise your energy costs by 75%. Now let's see how you do.
Ethereum did with our gas, yeah.
Those motherfuckers.
Right, listen, guys, it's been an absolute pleasure. I've got to dive out. So, Johnny, as always, you're a legend, my friend. Thank you very much for coming on and gracing us with your presence. And Rock, I will see you on the flip side.
Well, can you do me a favor there, HexHarrison? Can you give me 5 minutes before you duck out?
Okay, go for it.
Just 5. I only need 5. And guys, I'll be back in 5. And if we need to sign off, we can.
Yeah, I need to duck off too. So
5 minutes. I'll sign off with you in 5 minutes.
Thanks for having me. I had fun, so we'll catch you later.
Okay. Johnny Chaos,
thanks,
love,
Johnny. Take
love
it easy,
to
man.
you, man. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Scholar and a gentleman.
Marcavelli is in the stream. Boom, Marcavelli. How you doing, baby?
He's been in for a while. We have Hex
I
and
didn't
Pub in as well. Welcome.
I didn't see that you were waiting in line. I wasn't paying attention. I was watching Johnny Chaos and engaging. I'll be right back. Give me a sec.
Heck yeah, I'm taking over the stream now.
There you go.
Good morning.
Welcome,
Good
brother.
morning.
Nice to have you back. Did you
Yeah,
get
you
all
guys
your
been going.
lumberjack business sorted out?
Yeah, I've got like a
Nice.
whole like 3,000 trees in my yard. I'm ready to
Nice,
start
nice,
building some
nice.
stuff.
3,000 trees. Where'd you live, brother?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I live in the woods.
I was gonna say.
Well, not anymore. Not anymore.
Foresty forest. Damn.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're doing
yeah.
well. So I don't know how long you've been with it. I mean, I've seen you in the chat for about 20, 30 minutes, but we've been covering various subjects during Rock Edison's happy hour. So the actual, I've got to get the random rocking happy hour. There you go. That's where we are at the moment. So we've been discussing fiat on ramps. And yeah, we've been basically discussing not selling any crypto for any gains at all. So
Yeah.
So yeah.
I like that topic of value is such a broad concept, and everyone seems to have like a different definition, and it's like relativity comes into play, and like something's more expensive at one time, like a hot dog's worth if you're starving, or if you're thirsty, you're gonna spend everything for that one thing that's valuable at that moment. So it's just I love that conversation.
Well, funny you should say that, because I remembered an interview, because a lot of the second generation wealthy people from the Middle East, they come to London during the spring break and the summer holidays, right? Because it's a way to get away from mum and dad, and they've all got private apartments down next to Harrods and in Knightsbridge, and they ship over all their Lambos and Ferraris and basically cause havoc in the middle of London for 2 weeks. But they were stopping them and interviewing them, and they were saying, "Oh, we love it in England. It's just so amazing because they've got all the money in the world, but they live in Dubai, or they live in a sandpit, basically, compared to the green and luscious land of Europe. I mean, if you've been to Bavaria or those kind of areas, it's just great, Swiss Alps and all that kind of stuff. So they're like, look, we'll do a swap. You can have all our money, and we'll just take England." You know what I mean? And again, it's what you perceive your value is, because living here, you look at Dubai and you go, "Oh, I'd love to have that car. Oh, I'd love to have that diamond watch. Oh my God, I'd love to have this." But then it's 40-degree heat. Do you want to live there? Do you want to live in the place that's just covered in sand or tarmac? There's no trees, there's no forests, anything like that. They have to import it in and hope that it doesn't die. So it's a perspective of what your money can buy you, and I think that's what the value can be created is, what can your money buy you? If it's unobtainable, then it doesn't matter how much money you have, your money's worthless, because you can't buy it, or it's going to be so astronomically expensive it's almost not even worth thinking about. And that I thought that was kind of an interesting perspective, that where you live, where you grow up, the value you have on certain things. Like if you're in the Sudan, the value of water is probably a little bit more than the value of a platinum Rolex. But if you're in the middle of Dubai, if you don't have a platinum Rolex, you might be considered a pauper kind of thing. So it's, what I mean? It's all relative. So I thought that was quite interesting.
Yeah, it's very relative. And
he's back.
Here he is.
Got it.
We just
got a fresh one.
We've just been vamping as always, Mr. Rock.
You've done well. I could hear
I'm
you.
your professional fluffer on this stream.
No.
I just keep everyone stimulated while you're not
there. You are the stability token in this liquidity pair, my friend.
I'm the stability token. Okay.
This shit can't work without you. So thank you, HexHarrison. Ooh, let's not. We'll not call you UST. US. What's that token? Yeah, UST. We won't call you that. But Mark Cavelli, how you doing, brother?
Hey,
Good to see you.
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm glad I could catch you. Like, I was very surprised you were still going. I was like, I got the message. Like, after I woke up, you're already going for 2 hours and you're still live. I'm like, sweet. I can't believe it.
Look, Johnny Chaos come on.
The gin runs out.
But by the way, Marcavelli, have you met Tin Top? He joined us at a very inopportune time, but have you met Tin Top before? At least talked to him on this stream?
I've seen him in chats and stuff and on Twitter, I think, but I don't think I've talked to him in person or on.
No, we haven't
Zoom.
met before, man. Good morning, dude. Nice to see you.
Good morning.
Yeah, you
Top's
guys are
been
on
an absolute legend, considering it's a work day.
Absolutely, and he's brought some good sense. He has balanced out the bad sense that I have brought to the conversation with good sense. Because I, sir, am in happy hour mode. Thank you so much. Nice to see all of you.
Cheers. I'm waking up. I'm just waking up, getting some energy drinks.
Yeah,
that a
I
Red
kind
Bull?
of thought that.
Rockstar.
It's a Red Bull.
Oh, man.
6 3/4 inch can.
Oh yeah.
Sensitive subject. What?
I'll just use my lip balm if you don't mind.
So earlier we were talking, Johnny was talking about how these systems that Richard Hart is setting up should work and are supposed to work and that sort of thing. But you got to remember that people don't play by the rules. People do stupid stuff. People dump 3 million tokens on a market sell and weird stuff like that that's unpredictable.
Yeah, but there's also those limit orders set up where, if you're Richard Hart and you have, a huge supply of the market, I think either Hexo and Johnny, I think were talking about it yesterday in their stream, where it's just like, with the Rakim guy, like he can dump his whole bag, and it's like there's limit orders set up. Like, it's not going to zero. It's not going like a ridiculous price, because it's like, it's kind of relative. It's like if it starts going down, people are just going to buy it back up no matter how much they sell, because it's like there's people with way bigger bags than like we can even imagine. Like it's just like when you bring the OA and people like that, or even like with Celsius or whatever, that last stable coin that just tanked to shit, like that was because of a huge wallet came and disrupted the system. And it's like, whether or not that was, done on purpose or if there was blackmail involved in that. But, when you're thinking about wallets that are just basically infinite amount of money, like when you got BlackRock coming into the situation, if you have infinite amount of money and you have a weak point in your system, it's going to get destroyed, because money is just, it's not what we think it is. Like, these people play by different rules.
No,
So it's
yeah,
like,
you're right. Yeah.
If money can break a system, the system will be broken. Like, if BlackRock can come in and mess up anything if it's possible. But that's why you have, Richard Hart and the OA or whoever, with such a big bag to compete with something like that. Like, you have to have consolidation to that point, because there are entities such as BlackRock and the Federal Reserve that can print money and just attack anything that's going to be a hindrance to their perpetuation of slavery. So it's
Agreed.
Do you watch
Agreed.
that
If anything, this Luna thing has taught us is that people don't like us. People don't like crypto. People don't like Richard Hart. People don't like our space. If there's value to be extracted, no matter benevolent or altruistic or whatever, they're not going to play by the rules. They're going to just grab. They're going to rape, grab, pillage, attack. And we need to be prepared for that. I think the OA may just sit back and do nothing and just save those reserves in case of some kind of black swan event.
I do want to bring up one point, though, that goes back to our conversation earlier, right? Now, is it possible that there is a disdain for the crypto space by people. Could that disdain stem from an envious point of view? I don't know about it. I can't benefit for it. Therefore, it must be destroyed. Yeah? I think there is some of that, by the way. Yes or no? I mean, possibly. Machiavelli?
If it could be destroyed, it will be destroyed. Like, that's the whole point why
Well,
Hex
I don't think
took
it
so
can.
long. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why it took so long for Hex to come out, because there could not be a flaw. If there was a flaw, people with huge amounts of money would come and destroy it. Saying, like, that's why Luna had a weak point, and it got exploited because it had a weak point. If Hex had a weak point, it would already be exploited. Like,
Yeah, well, I would say Luna had more of a chasm than a weak point, but it just wasn't evident. But
Well, also
but
look at the founders. There's a complete difference between the founders of, the founder of Luna and the founder of Hex. There's a complete,
Yes.
That I think that also has a very, it has a lot to do with the outcome.
I agree, and the reason for that is, again, something that goes back to what I said earlier. There are different motivations for doing different things, right? Now, if the motivation for creating a cryptocurrency is to get rich, then X is going to happen. If the point of creating a cryptocurrency is to destroy all other cryptocurrency through design and prowess, then guess what? Wrecked is nowhere in the options, right? Does that make sense?
well, I mean, if a token was built to destroy other tokens, like, good luck. You're not going to destroy Hex.
Well, no. It's not that. It's about if the design is to be the best. If the idea is to, as a designer, to be the best designer, right? And again, this is apparent in video game design, which I happen to be a part of, because nobody designs games to fail, right? Now, in cryptocurrency, but however, some games are designed to be a money grab. They fail over time. They might get the money.
Luna could completely been designed to fail in anticipation of talking shit about the whole crypto sphere, because it's to bring in that FUD. Like, the whole thing could have been set up by BlackRock to fail at a certain point when the market's down. So people are like, oh yeah, I lost all my money. A bunch of my friends committed suicide because this stupid cryptocurrency ruined my life and ruined all my friends' life. Like, that could be set up on purpose just to create this FUD. And it's being done by, like, I don't know the creator of Luna, and I don't really care, but obviously he's a scoundrel and did scoundrelly things with scoundrelly people like BlackRock. Like, he dumped his price. He made agreements with certain people and tanked his fucking token, whether or not he was on their side, or he could have been blackmailed and had no fucking choice.
I don't think I don't believe, based on what I know, which is not much, that he designed his token to fail. What I do think, though, is that his main intention or his main goal for creating that token was to get rich.
Yeah.
That's richer, right? I do think that's it, and that's kind of what I said. What is your intention on designing anything? What is your intention for, building a car or making dinner, right? Is it to get rich or to make the best dinner you ever fucking had? Or in Richard Hart's case, I think the reason why we connect with him is because his message is consistent and unwavering, that he is trying to make the world a better place. Does that always come through in his message on live streams and all of that? Maybe not. But that message is always at the foundation.
I don't know if he's trying to make the world a better place. He's trying for glory. Like, he's trying to make himself be the best person in crypto and on the planet. He's like, whether or not that makes the world a better place, it makes the world a better place for Richard Hart. whether or not you agree with exactly what he wants to have done. Like, he's not a family man, so he's maybe not doing things in accordance to what would be best for a family. He's doing what's best for Richard Hart. Like, I don't know.
Yes, I agree with that, and I'm going to present another option, which kind of falls in line with your last comment. He's the kind of guy that when he looks in the mirror, he's looking for, "You're doing good, kid. You're doing good," right?
Validation.
I think that there's something to that. I think that a lot of us share that. We would like to look in the mirror and say, "You should be happy with yourself because you're doing something right." Gin and tonic, baby. Gin and tonic. That's all I got to say. But no, I do honestly believe that. I do.
It's kind of not what I think when I look in the mirror, but that's down to my habits. But anyway, whatever.
Well, but isn't that the goal for a lot of us? I mean, a lot of us that kind of care about
we don't want
our
to.
path.
Nobody wants to. I mean, to be honest, the amount of hate and trolling he used to get in the early days of being called a scam and called a scam. And as I say, I've been in, I haven't been in that long, but I managed to buy in at a 7 cents mark sometime about 6 months before the 2nd year anniversary, right? So I haven't actually been in the currency that long. But I remember watching some of the early streams post Top Hat, the post Top Hat streams. And he was going on live streams with other people, and they were just like crucifying the whole thing, and calling him a scammer and a Ponzi scheme to his face. And having that for 6 whole months, maybe more, that has to affect you slightly. So now, because so many people have got joy and results from what he's done, he's kind of like saying, "Yeah, motherfucker, that was me, remember?" So now his kind of attitude has changed a little bit, in my opinion, to be a little bit more, "I told you so, I told you so, I told you so, and don't forget I called the top on the day." And I kind of, I understand.
But as a designer of a product, I always go back to, and again, this is coming from a designer mentality. Why does a designer do anything? Some of them do that for money. The other ones do that for glory. And that glory is, look, I'm going to design the best possible shit. And I'll go back to, I'll take it to Rock Edison music, right? And I don't do it to be the best music in the world, but I do write that stuff with the focus in mind that I want to create something that I myself can enjoy and be proud of, right? Whether billions of people want to do it or not. But I do think that Richard Hart will be, or let's say that he will strive to be the best designer of crypto out there, and he will, everything that he does every day, everything he eats, sleeps, and drinks will be geared towards that goal. I will know everything that there is to know. I will learn everything there is to learn. I will read everything there is to read and go, who's going to do it better? Thank you for calling me a scam, but guess what? Boom. Dick camera on the floor. Boom. Done. And I do think... Right. I do think that's his motivation, is to be the guy that designs it better. And his motivation for doing that may be multiple things, but what it's not is a cash grab. He's made it clear to us time and time again that he doesn't need to create cash grabs. He's beyond that. He's already at a point of going,
Christ, if
you know
what the hell's he waiting for? I mean, Jesus.
Well, I mean,
he can't spend it fast enough.
My question is that enough? Is that enough to have that altruistic view?
Hopefully not. Hopefully not.
Well, the thing is, like, he had enough money to, not worry about money. Like, he's got enough money to buy whatever money can buy. At some point, it gets to where money can't buy things anymore. Like, you have to have people that are willing to accept your money to build you things that otherwise wouldn't be been built to begin with or whatever. So it's like, that's why Hex was created, is because he's trying to do things and he can't pay people money to do it. So what he's doing is he's creating a community that has the ability to build these things themselves if they have money themselves. And he knows how to create money because he created Hex. So he's creating money for other people so they can do that shit themselves because they're in accordance with what he's already in accordance with. So he doesn't have to do it. He doesn't have to pay people. People are already marketing Hex and doing all these different things. And the more money I get, the better world I'm going to have, and the better world that's going to be for other people, because my values are in alignment with what Richard Hart's up to, what the other community is, and that we have this community to bounce ideas. It's like, oh yeah, you're fucking up. This guy's on the right path. Like, let's follow this guy. Let's communicate with this guy. Like, I love that Johnny was on here because he's really good at communicating things like this. And it's like, some people suck and shouldn't have money. Some people are great and are going to get more money and do better things. And I don't think everyone is fully aware of what's really coming down the line when more Hexicans that are in the right accordance with building a better future for the world. Like, when we start getting all of the money, it's like we're going to have amazing things. Like, there's so many things that are right there on the cusp of world-changing events. Like, it's not even that difficult. Like, Hex goes to $1, like, we're in a different fucking world. Like, Hex goes to, like, Hexicans getting this money are going to be building the future. And we just need to get on the same page with streams like this and community. It's like, oh yeah, you need a fucking bulldozer. My buddy's got a bulldozer. Like, you don't have to rent it from whatever because you're a Hexican. Come fucking use the bulldozer. Now we're building buildings for cheaper prices because all the Hexicans got all this stuff, because who the fuck wouldn't be in Hex? Because, I mean, if you know what's going on with the currency of the Federal Reserve and whatnot, like, you're on page with this crypto thing because censorship resistance. Like, you don't have freedom of speech, freedom of movement. You don't have any of these things outside of crypto. So people that understand that can tune into it and be like, oh, these people are working towards that goal of building a better future. And Richard's been doing it for so long. He hasn't had to work for a living. He's been trying to build this better future, which is why I'm online with him, not on everything. Like, I don't care about his dick size, but like, he's doing these things that are wonderful for the right reasons, and that's why it's becoming good.
Marcavelli, here's what always comes to mind inside of that discussion, and that is the fact that, look, my whole life, right? Some of the parts of that life have been struggles in needing help, and some of those struggles being, man, I want to help people. I wish I could help people around me, right? So there's only one way to be able to help people around you first, and that is to be independent and self-sustaining. Then you can start to think about finding ways to help those people you love, your friends, whatever.
Right. You got to start from a good foundation.
Right. Say again, Tin Top?
I said you got to start from a good foundation, whether that's monetary,
well, yeah,
values,
and I think the foundation is mentality of what you actually think is valuable in life as an existence, right? And for me, it was always about, man, I wish I could help that dude, but no, I'm just doing good enough to cover my own shit, right? But so that's why I'm always like, number one rule is take care of your business, right? If you don't take care of your business, you're taxing somebody else. 100%. So that's number one. Now I do kind of connect with Richard Hart on this stuff because of the fact that he has built himself into a position to be able to afford to spend some of his creative energy, some of his mental bandwidth into helping other people, right? So he clearly has at least that mentality. However he approaches it, whether it's through showing off Louis Vuitton or Red Bull cans or whatever, I don't question those motives because I just have to trust that he's doing his best. But he's clearly in a position to go, I'm set. Let me see who else I can help. right? And
That's the
I
thing, though.
took this
I don't know
long
if that's
journey
the
to get
case.
to that one point. Yeah. Go
That's
ahead.
what I don't think that's the case. I think that he's got so much money that he can't buy the things he wants because we live in a shitty world. So he's building a better world so he can buy better things with his money. Like that's what I think.
So we can
I
build
think he
build
just realized,
Hexaco.
Possibly.
yeah, like eventually,
But-
like he's openly talked about city state or economical like sanctioned areas. Like
It's funny,
he
but
wants
go-
those
I-
things because the
why-
world sucks.
Yeah.
Why would he write Sci-Vive? He thought he had something to offer to help people fucking make an easier path. That was
gambling.
It was early on. I think he's always had that innate need or want or desire to feel validated by helping other humans. I feel that that's the core. I could be wrong, but that's again my observation of him. And by coming from a position of strength, he's able to go. Now I'm going to apply my knowledge, my design skills, my skill set to making something that will actually help other people because I'm good.
Yeah, I did listen to that stream where he
Altruistic
mentioned
view,
So I was saying, I
but
did
it's a
listen.
view that I see at the foundation. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just
Sorry,
saying, I
sorry.
did listen to that stream where he was talking about having having a special economic zone like Shen, and he did actually compare. He did actually mention Shenzhen, which is obviously where Rock is living at the moment. But the irony is I've been there as well, and it is Shenzhen. It is a special economic zone, but at the end of the day, don't forget it's still in China. So you see, you do have a little bit of an issue actually having those kind of things. So having a special economic zone all depends on the territory that you're already in, because who's going to give you that economic zone unless you basically buy yourself an island and say, right, this now belongs to Hexaco. But yeah, I just thought that was quite interesting.
I do feel that his motivations come from altruism. If I'm making that statement the correct way, maybe empathy is a better word, but the altruism in the fact that, again, I'm gin and tonic,
Yeah,
but
I think it's
but
just
I think it comes from the fact that I am good. I'm good. Now, what else can make me happy?
No,
Maybe
I think it's a
helping
byproduct.
maybe helping other people.
I think it's a byproduct of having everything and realizing it's not enough. So he's just doing what he has to do to create better things for himself. Like I think, and I don't.
I don't think it's self-serving. I really don't. I don't. And here's why.
I think it's completely self-serving, but that's not a negative thing. Like the
well,
side effects of being self-serving, if like everyone has to get to a point, a foundation where they can give to other people, but you have to be selfish to get to that point. You can't be helping other people and have nothing to give. So Richard has gotten to a point.
On a different level, you're right from what the point that I'm making is, because you are right. At the end of the day, it is self-serving because it makes me feel better to help people,
it's basically saying put the oxygen mask on first before you help your other people with the oxygen mask.
Yeah.
It's that kind of thing.
But what I would say is that Richard Hart and myself come from similar backgrounds, not in any way except for this one comparison that I grew up poor as shit, dude. Poor as shit. The only way I was able to march through my path in life was by making that path myself. And I'm not saying that I've achieved the great heights of civilization. I have just made a happy life for myself from nothing. And so, that does I'm not speaking for anybody else in this conversation, but I do think that coming from that early childhood constant need for things that you don't have makes you potentially think of how can I help those kind of people later in life. And again, gin and tonic people, I'm just saying, gin and tonic.
And I think that's basic humanity, though, Rock. That's basic humanity is we didn't get here by only looking out for ourselves. We got here by nurturing children. We got here by working together. We got here by building societies together with other humans. You've all heard that cliche of we see so far because we're standing on the shoulders of giants, but humans help other humans. It's just base
Right.
humanity. It's how we got here. It's embedded in our evolution, to help people.
Collectively, we have evolved.
Yeah, and I think you share the same and as me and Richard, that we want to help the little guy. We want to help the underdog. We want to help the guy with the least, and to get
Better
him up.
yet, one of the best bragging points, or one of the best look in the mirror and feel good about yourself points, is saying, I was able to help that dude that did not have the ability to help himself at the time, or whatever, that empathy, that thing. Sorry.
That empathy
Yes.
is what I see as being human. That's what makes us
Yeah.
human and not animals, not monsters, is that empathy for other people. It really is. Anyway, I gotta go, man. It's been great, dude. I gotta log on to work.
Yeah, it's been
Tin
been a real
Top,
pleasure
listen,
having you
man.
on, man.
If listen, I just like I did with Marcavelli, every time I live stream with HexHarrison, I will send you. Oh God, you've got to DM me in Twitter, okay? Just so I have you
make
there,
sure we got
and
you.
I will DM you every time I go live, whether you can join or not. I will DM you the stream the stream link, okay?
All right, I'll find you, man.
Thank you, Tin Top. I
Cheers,
appreciate
brother.
it.
Nice meeting
brother,
you.
brother,
Popping in.
brother. You
Nice
you
to
have
meet
been
you.
a rock. You have been a rock in this conversation. I want to say that.
Thanks,
Thank
man.
you.
I'll see you guys later. Have a good one.
Take
Thanks.
care, man.
Have a good work day. Marcavelli. But yeah, you kind of see where I'm coming from on it, right? It's like I always kind of wanted to help people, but never really could, just because never could earlier because I can't help anybody. I got nothing to help anybody with because I'm just struggling to make my own shit. But,
yeah, absolutely. Anyway. When you're drowning, you can't save other people from drowning. It's
But anyway, on a different subject, how you been, baby? It's been a while.
Yeah,
everything's good.
Yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm glad that Hex is bouncing off of 10 cents and not going down. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So that's making things a little bit better. And yeah, I don't know. I just love these conversations. I just try to flush things out as much as I can, and it just I don't know. I feel like we need this foundational existence where it's like, you can communicate with other Hexicans. We're all on the same page, but we need like a foundation. And it's real hard to have a foundation when you have so many Hexicans from so many different backgrounds, like so many different religions, so many different like economical like situations. But we need this foundation. And I think a lot of where the foundation can come from is from the history of like why we're here to begin with. It's like, why was Bitcoin created? Like, Bitcoin was created because of the 2008 crash or whatever. I think it was 2008, the housing market crash. The banks just stole everyone's money and no one could do anything about it. And then with the inflation, keeps stealing money without anyone's option. You have no option. They just keep stealing our money. So that's why, like, censorship resistance, that's why crypto's created, is because these criminals keep stealing from us. So like that is the foundation, I think,
guys.
because
there we go.
That's why.
Can I hear you? No, not yet. I think my earbuds just died, so give me a sec.
Yeah, carry on. I'm listening.
Well, that's why, like, so
there we go.
Stemming from the history, like what, like you got to have that, that how to, why to, like where was the inception of crypto? Why are we in crypto? We have to have that foundation of, these people they just steal money and they keep stealing money right in our face, lie to our faces, and then steal more money. And there's no option until crypto was created. And like, that's the reason. So with that foundation of, hey, we don't like people stealing our money. Like that's a theft from me.
Yeah.
Like that is
What other
that is a
options do we
detriment.
have?
Yeah,
I get that.
We don't have,
I get that, but my point of view goes well beyond crypto, right? And I do think that it goes back to that innate human behavior of, you know, gain and conquer versus survive in community. I mean, that's where the basic of human evolution kind of started, right? And again, I'm going to point out gin and tonic talking here, but so crypto is just a far evolved kind of, you know, viewpoint of that fact that we have innate needs individually based on our own perspective, our own experiences, and how we choose to move forward or how we perceive our best existence to be. And for us in the Hex community, the reason why we have this collective consciousness that is connected is because we do understand it on the fundamental levels, as well as understanding how these advanced levels of involvement with cryptocurrency and how it can take us from being less about the serfs and the royalty, or the serfs and the lords, or whatever you want to put it. This has been a dynamic of human civilization since the beginning of the haves and have-nots. Now we're in a position of going, we can see a way to take ourselves out of that dynamic in a different way.
I know, but
Now that's fucking deep, but I think it's kind of at the root of the idea that we all share, right?
I know, but I feel like you're talking around it. Like I don't even hardly know what you're talking about. I feel like
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Jello. I feel like I'm nailing Jello to a tree right now. It's like
okay. Let me try to explain it in more simple terms, right? We have had a foundation of human evolution throughout history of, I've got the wealth, you don't. Therefore, my foot is on your neck. Now, I think we're kind of emerging from that a little bit. We've got further to go, but we can start to lift that foot off of our neck and say, wait a minute, I'm in control of this. You're not. Yes? Does that make sense?
I think we're on the same page. We just need like familiar words to describe that. Like there needs to be like an understanding. Like serfdom makes sense. Like I just use the word straight up slavery. Like other people might not like that word, but I mean debt slavery. If you don't have options, like if that's what like Richard Hardy's like, you know, if you can't spend money when you want to spend money, you don't have any other right. Like,
who's controlling who, right? Am I being controlled or am I in control, right? And I think maybe that's part of it.
That is a big part of it, is the concept of power and control. That's why, like, my name's Marcavelli, because I love the concept of power and control. Like, there's people out here that are really, you know, biting for all of that. There's complete psychopaths that want absolute control of every single person on the planet to the nth degree, where they want to rewrite your fucking DNA. Like they want to inject you and rewrite your DNA so you're more passive and easier to be controlled. So people are completely psychotic and with huge amounts of power and control that are doing these things currently. So it's like we are currently trying to get the fucking foot off of our neck. And this is that thing. And that's why, like, I think there's so many people that can get in accordance with that if it's expounded upon. Yeah, absolutely. If it's expounded upon, I don't even understand, like, we're all in crypto for the same reason, and that should be the reason. There's people trying to fucking control and tell us what to do on every aspect of our lives. Without crypto, we have nothing. So why did we...
But it's not just crypto, because guess what? I knew back in 2019, before I ever spent my first dime.
I know, but this is where we come. Where we come together. Like having a conversation.
No. I know that, but let me make this point because I think it's so important. because when I first got into crypto and started researching and understand, I got to look at this and I've got to figure out because people are actually doing well with it, and I think I should. But what I learned was that it was invented for an intention that got bastardized into the same intention that the world, to-doers have always had, which is, we got the money, you don't. Right? So
what you're saying is that Bitcoin got fucking hijacked by the same cocksuckers that created Bitcoin to begin with. So
it became centralized. It became centralized. Crypto became centralized.
It's not even that word, because when we talk about centralization, Hex is centralized. It's not just centralization. It's who's in control of that centralization. Power and control is a thing. And you have to have centralization, like with every other, like Richard Hart talks about it all the time. It's like, who owns all the Tesla stock? Who owns all this stock? You have to have centralization, because that's how you have power and control. If you're not the one in control of that power and that centralization, then someone else has it. So, there are steps of power and control that have to be understood fundamentally, so we have a foundation and have an ability to communicate.
Preach it. Preach it. Preach it. Well, that's good. No, you're right. You're right. That absolutely is the point. But I think kind of what I was alluding to was the fact that Bitcoin was designed to be decentralized. It was intended to be, you are in control of your flow.
It was intended to be peer-to-peer, and it failed. And it was intended to do this, and it failed. Yeah, and now it's becoming more.
You are in control of your flow of your assets, your money, your wealth, your corn, your wheat.
This concept of intention, the pathway to hell was paved in good intentions. Intention is one thing, but actually, you can have all the good intentions in the world, and then you could create, styrofoam and kill a turtle in the fucking
No,
thing.
I do think intention has a lot to do with it. It doesn't mean that intention can't go wrong, completely awry, but if I intend to do evil is more likely what I will turn out with instead of good.
It's more likely, but it's not a guarantee. And then there's other ways that you can deal with. But that's the thing, is you have the intention, you put it out there, and you hope it comes back. But you have to be able to listen and see it coming back to you. Otherwise, you don't understand what your intentions are actually doing. So this is the thing. It's you create Bitcoin, and then it goes out into the world, and then once you listen to find out what you actually created, and it comes back to you, it's the same cocksuckers are able to manipulate this thing as well as anything else. So now that it's coming back to me, it's I can now change it and send it back into the world with a new cryptocurrency, because now you learned what you did wrong. And it's just being able to step by step understand what is going on. What are the intentions? What changed? What now are we doing to make better intentions?
So in this case, the intention evolved over time. It changed, right? In the case that you're stating, is that correct?
No, I would say the intention is the same, but what actually gets put out into the world has changed and needed to change. But the same intention, the same foundation of censorship resistance, these core fundamental ideas that a lot of people don't have a fucking clue or even care about.
Yes.
And those things aren't in the framework of conversation usually in crypto. It's I'm here to make money, la la la. What are we all doing here to make money? It's make all the fucking money in the world. If you can't spend it, it doesn't mean a goddamn thing. Fundamentally, you have to have the right to spend your money the way you want to, foundationally. Otherwise, you have nothing else. So
I get it.
Make all the money in the world. It doesn't mean anything. You have to be step by step in accordance to, once we have this, chess, checkers, the way Richard Hart talks about, he learned chess. It's step one sets up step two, so now you're stuck in trap three. He stopped playing chess after he learned that thing. So it's you do these steps in accordance to what you're trying to do, and you have to set up the steps correctly. That's why it's like PulseChain
So-
taking so long to come out, because you have to have the steps in place.
Well,
You have to have
no,
the
no.
chess moves in place.
No, yeah. And listen, if the process, if there's no discipline to the process, then it breaks, right? And that is likely to me what happened with something like Luna, because the steps in the process were not in place of, I'm going to design this to succeed at all costs. Maybe the intention was to design this to fill pockets for a while, and then sorry for the guys that didn't do well. But what I do want to say is that intention does have a part to play in it. Whether or not those intentions are good and evil does not necessarily determine the outcome, but they do influence the potential for the outcome. Is that right or wrong?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
is that right or wrong?
It's a good thing to have good intentions, but good intentions don't always mean you're doing the right thing. So you have to change your worldview.
Well,
as they
those
come. Yeah.
those things have to evolve, and again, even if something is intended or designed to do the good thing, if it turns out that it actually is flawed in some way, there has to be some sense of adjustment, and
Yeah.
this is the key
I would
to
hope
Richard.
so.
I do think that the key to Richard Hart in designing what he designs is that he tries to design it in a way that he does not have to change course at any point in time. Does that make sense? Is that right? Wrong?
With the
Tim?
with the software.
Yeah, I think so. I'm listening. Yeah.
I think that's right with the software, because you can design something with the software. It's like, okay, this is completed. This is perfect. This is the way it is. And it's always going to work that way forever. And that's all you need to understand. But outside of that, there's other things that come up. And it's like, when you go back to like the foundation of why Hex was created, I think it's just like, once you have everything, it's like, you don't have everything. You still can't get everything you want. And I think that's more of the path that I'm trying to expound upon, is why, we have the good intentions, but why are we really going down this path?
I return to the mirror. I return to the image in the mirror. At the end of the day, what reflection do you want to see with your last breath? What do you want to think about with your last breath? Right? Do you want to say, do you want to balance things out? And go, I did some pretty good stuff for humanity, or people, or the people around me, or whatever. Is that something you would agree with, or no? Right? I do think it comes down to what you see in the mirror. What is the mirror of yourself? Like, I feel pretty good about what I've done. Or, Jesus Christ, I could have done so much better if I would have just applied myself. Right? And I think there is something behind
that's if you're
that
judging
intention.
yourself. But if you don't care, if you're judging yourself,
Well,
sure. But if you worry
well,
about how other people judge you, that's
Sure.
not looking in the mirror. Is not really going to help, right? But
Well, but
anyway,
at the end of the day, it all does boil down to what you see when you look back at yourself. Yes or no, right? It doesn't matter.
That is a huge topic, because the concept of self is endless. Like, who you think you are may not be who other people think you are, and it's like
It may not be accurate.
But beyond
that's
that,
a 4-hour
like,
podcast in itself, brother.
yeah, it is. Like, I like, just to generalize it, is like, I listen to like Mooji. If you ever Mooji, he's like this. He's just absolutely. He's like my guru. Like, I love the stuff he talks about. But when he talks about the self, he talks about the bird watching the bird. Or like, there's another bird watching the bird. So it's like, we might think that we're stuck in a body and we make these choices and this, that, and the other. But, there's this universal consciousness that we can tap into that's outside of ourselves. But then if we tap into it, we're then that. We're not just this person hanging out in the body. we are now thinking and seeing and viewing and perceiving the world from a different perspective, meaning that's who we really are. We're not just stuck in this body making these stupid little choices, trying to, you know, get a couple more pellets for the food or whatever. It's like, if you're in accordance to this bigger master plan and have a broader perspective of what the fuck's really going on in the world, and you can see it for what it is, and other people can see it from that same perspective, we're then the human race. We're not just like, oh, it's me and HexHarrison and Rock Edison. Like,
Marcavelli, my friend, I'm going to say, I'm going to blow the lid off of this by saying one simple thing. The world is me and my perception of it. Nothing more, nothing less. The same goes for you and HexHarrison and every individual out there.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I don't believe
well,
that.
But if you speak to a woman in a poor village in China, she is going to tell you that. If you speak to a rich person in a first world situation in Thailand, she is going to say something different. But the general population of the world, they can only deal with the world as they see it. That's all they can deal with. That's all they can afford to deal with. Period.
I'm saying that's not true, period.
Oh,
I'm saying that it's possible. I'm saying it is possible to see the world from a perspective that is beyond individual concepts.
For who? But for who? For who? For what individual? For what person? From what perspective?
There is a perspective that is beyond what you're seeing from your eyes. There's things that are bigger than us that are happening that we can be aware of. And those things can be us. We can be a part of those things. And we have to be a part of the right stuff. And we have to all be able to see that we can see it from our limited perspective, but you can also see it from a broader perspective where it's like, yes, that's why I'm in Hex. These people are doing this thing. I'm seeing it. I can't just individualize, oh yeah, this guy's a good guy, this guy. No, there's like a bigger thing going on, and you have to step back to be able to see it. Not everyone can see it. Not everyone's in Hex yet. Not everyone got in as early as other people, because they weren't able to see it at certain times.
Just to be clear, Marcavelli, I'm in Hex so that I can live my remaining years in some form of declined stress. That's why I'm in Hex. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm in Hex because everything else sucks. If anything else was better, I'd be into that. There's nothing else better right now.
I mean, look, I would probably live the rest of my years just fine with what I earn and what I have, but that's not my goal. My goal is to exist on this planet for the remainder of my life in a way that will allow me to do it with happiness and enjoyment. That's my goal. And by the way, dragging the people that I love and care about along with me to enjoy it as well. I do not think that there's anything that I should be considering above that. I don't see it. I won't see it. I won't allow myself to see that. I do believe that Richard Hart's mentality is more akin to that, what I just said. Right?
Yeah, I would say that you doing that is vibrating at a certain frequency of abundance, which is what has brought us together, because we are vibrating in the same frequency where we're seeing things, and it's not even like we're seeing, it's just like, this is what it is. Like, we are doing well. We're going to continue to do well. And Hex is going to continue to do well because we appreciate ourselves, and we've gotten to a point where we can be doing well. And we do see the world in a very similar way where we can be, happy and enjoying life and being able to give back to people. But there are fundamental things that we are.
But the key to this is that, at least I can speak for myself, I will not allow my last breath to utter anything other than that. Do you understand? I will not allow my last breath to communicate anything other than the fact that I lived as I wanted. I lived as I chose. I put my energy into the best life I could have for myself and those around me. And that's the fundamental for me. And I'm not saying I'm going to die tomorrow, brother. It's not about that. It's about there's finality. We have a finite amount of time. So we're definitely
Speaking
not
of which,
we're not speaking of different concepts, but it is absolutely nice that we're working out through these conversations and learning from each other about different perspectives on this very complex and deep topic.
Yeah, it is.
And
the key is you don't have to agree with everything everybody says. That's the point.
No. I mean, but I will be heard because that is my intention. No, I'm teasing.
Of course you will.
Yeah,
But the point is, anybody can have an opinion, and everyone can discuss out their points of view,
Yeah,
and
we're just
hopefully we can
we're just
learn from
talking.
each other's. Yeah, exactly. And it's a fantastic platform to do it on, I think.
Our existence, our breath, our life, our interaction, those are the things that we have that are valuable. How are we going to use them? Right? In conversations just like this. That's how I choose to use them. By going,
Yes. And I
hey,
think on that note,
Get
just
out.
coming up to the 4-hour mark, I
Listen.
myself am going to have to call it a day.
Listen, HexHarrison, thank you so much. I will continue talking with Marcavelli as long as he's good. I've still got some gin and tonic here.
Nice.
And
I've got to call an insurance company, unfortunately.
Brother, we are at an all-time high for current viewers at 7. So,
I know. It's going to be amazing.
Anyway, have fun. I'll continue this very deep conversation with Marcavelli because I find it compelling.
Well, I'm going to leave you with this. From acorns doth oak trees grow. So from 7 subscribers to 7,000, we'll keep cracking on. And thanks, everybody. Thanks, Machiavelli, Johnny Chaos, who joined us earlier, obviously, and Tin Top. You guys were great. And Rock Edison, I want to see you on the flip side, brother.
And for any of you who are curious, the QR code on Tim's screen is literally his seed words. So please scan up, steal his crypto.
Just phrase it. Just there. All right. I'll see you later, guys. Take care.
Bye,
Have a good
HexHarrison.
one.